Et toi qui mets ton truc, et ma fonction de ça.
Ok, c'est maintenant j'ai mis ça à 1 maintenant pour que ça soit. Voilà. Tu vois pas que ça fait sens, mais regarde un peu. Regarde ça, comment c'est. Regarde, regarde. L'autre ici, tu filmais comme ça.
C'est toi qui as mis comme ça.
Ça est comme ça.
Oui, c'est toi qui as mis, non. C'est toi qui as.
members, the honorable residents of the Pan-African Parliament.
صباح الخير. Good morning. Bonjour. زملائي معالي أعضاء البرلمان الإفريقي، زملائي أعضاء هيئة المكتب، الحضور الكريم، صباح الخير. ونقف دقيقة.
We should observe a minute of prayer and meditation.
شكرا. تفضلوا بالجلوس.
Thank you very much. Please be seated.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the Almighty. Please to start, dear colleagues and members of the Bureau.
معالي أعضاء
Dear colleagues, distinguished MPs and members of the Pan-African Parliament, good morning. I thank you for your presence and for your efforts to debate on for the debate and the success of our deliberations and the success of this session. I am very delighted and happy, and I consider each and every one of you, and I see all the aspirations displayed on your faces in the quest of trying to improve the work of the Pan-African Parliament based on the objectives set and also to the expectations and that of the African people. I equally confirm that I'm working with sincerity with members of the Pan-African Parliament and above all, the distinguished members of the Bureau of Permanent Committees and Regional Caucuses. And it's without any doubt, any work needs to be oriented and reorganized and needs an efficient support.
أن يكون عليها إلا
No work can be positive without effort, love, collaboration, and sincerity amongst us. And equally, we should set aside all the negative ideas, negative spirits, and negative ideas which can, due to egocentrism or misunderstanding, which could actually lead to chaos and issues amongst us. We aspire for a very powerful Pan-African Parliament which reflects the African population elite. We hope to have an African parliamentary work which is to the tune of the future that we believe, and this future we have to construct it together.
الثقافي في إفريقيا والتنوع الهوية و
Cultural diversity in Africa and the diversity of the history and the richness of African history is first of all humane, and this based on what it has as schools of thoughts and behaviors and objectives set for the aspirations of the African population. In reality, there are many challenges, there are many aspirations. All of us are hoping for a better and efficient future, but we should work together, and we should respect our emblems. We should respect the African brotherhood and fraternity. We should equally respect cooperation, and we should meet the expectations and confidence which has been bestowed on us by our colleagues of national parliaments, and also the confidence of the African population and responsibility that we each share.
في مستوى الثقة والتعاون مع
It should equally meet the expectations and confidence of our partners, especially at the level of African Union and the level of the African leaders. The good behavior and discipline are part and parcel of many solutions related to the difficulties which are facing us within the framework of the process of the Pan-African Parliament. We equally hope that this Parliament should meet the expectations of the other regional parliaments in order to carry out its duty by legislating and making decisions, and equally ensuring the continuity and of African decision making. Today, we want to take with responsibility with regards to spaces which appear between us. We want to give an important role to the political problems related to the African issues like trade, human rights, and above all, responsible dialogue on the exchange of ideas. And yesterday, when I presided over the meeting, I wanted to be an example. So if we can actually overcome our differences and master our discussions, and if we are able to actually unite our spirits and avoid practices which made the Pan-African Parliament not to move forward or develop, we trust your will of working. I'm just saying so for us to renew our responsibility so that we should attain our objectives. And at the end of this, I can say that we are going to actually clear the path for responsibility for those who are going to come after us. We equally need to take the aspirations of the African population seriously. It's true, I am the president of the parliament, but the immense responsibility is on how to create practices which are going to have impact on the efforts of the future. Africa today, in this global climate, and economic changes, and against this backdrop we have war.
تحتاج إلى وحدة أكثر وتحتاج إلى وعي إفريقي أكثر.
Faced with this crisis, Africa needs an African unity, an African vision, and a collaboration of the elite. And Africa equally needs to have an efficient unity in order to assist the mechanisms and leaders in order for them to overcome challenges and obstacles, because everyone is facing the difficult economic situation and the development of sciences. Africa has human resources abroad in the diaspora, and these are worth which enable Africa to confirm, occupy their rightful place among the nations. And those who have to do so, we, the elites, members of Pan-African Parliament who represent Africa, we represent the unity of the vision and the work which is going to help us to guide the African population. We are the sure channel for the expression of what is important to African population. On behalf of humanity, on behalf of fraternity, and on behalf of responsibility, a time has come for this Pan-African Parliament to express by one voice. I confirm to our colleagues, we are the ones who are manufacturing our dignity and success. If we have an efficient parliament, and if we carry out activities in our national parliament, and if we try to usher in constructive spirits which can unite our hearts and behaviors, there isn't a place for the weak. In this world, there isn't space for the weak. I wanted to make this introduction because yesterday we made presentations on reports with regards to the activities of cooperation to the Committee of Cooperation, which presented some reports to us, and equally we listened to the chairperson of the Cooperation Committee on the first report on peace and security in Sudan. And this was the list of things that we could do in the Pan-African Parliament by discussing on these issues with responsibility within the framework of the principles which created the Pan-African Parliament. Equally, we listened to a presentation with regards to the security systems, and we thank the two committees, the Committees of Justice, Human Rights, and the Committee on Cooperation, and their members, and their chairpersons, and the members of their bureau. With regards to the work they carried out, and this work was presented yesterday with recommendations. We equally thank the Health Committee for their contributions. It's true, it's a beginning with regards to the presentation of committee reports and the sincere discussions which leads us towards our objectives. And again, all the organs of AU and the leaders who lead these committees
and these bodies which can provide us with recommendations which can be attainable. Without further ado, today we are going to start with the third day of our deliberations. Within the framework of these sessions, so our agenda is well detailed. We started with a presentation by the chair of the North Caucus on the migration issue. Also, according to Article 60 of the rules of proceedings of the Parliament on labor, if we were able to, rather, we received a proposal on xenophobic actions in South Africa, and this is a presentation which was made by Mr. Laza from Côte d'Ivoire, and this motion was seconded by Mr. Ngateng of Senegal. The second proposal or motion is that which encourages South Africans to prohibit any violence against immigrants living in South Africa, and maybe to single out every illegal migrants. The author of this motion is Senator Tanson Mangatana of Kenya. This motion was seconded by MP Joseph Kalasenge from Kenya. There was equally a third motion regarding the strengthening of control, rather oversight, accounting of the AU. And the author of this motion was Senator Danson Mongatane from Kenya. And this was seconded by MP Joseph Galesinga from Kenya. There was equally a fourth motion regarding the adoption of a budget worth 60% for water infrastructure, as well as the sustainable management of water in Africa. This motion was tabled by Danson Mungatan from Kenya and seconded by Senator MP Joseph Galasingi Mazombo from Kenya. Unfortunately, since we are running out of time, we cannot review all these motions, and I recommend that they be included in the agenda of Thursday, 30th July, and we shall allocate a time frame for these discussions based on the rules of procedures or pursuant to the rules of procedures of the Pan-African Parliament. And we intend to enforce these rules of procedures. There is equally a motion on the xenophobic attacks against Africans in South Africa, and we are going to discuss this on Thursday. And the aim here is to encourage South Africans to end all xenophobic attacks against Africans living in South Africa. Both motions should be considered in the upcoming discussions that will hold on 30th July. And we shall inform you about the time allocated for this for the debate on these two motions, and all this should be done in conformity with the rules of procedures of the PAP. Any other motions will be discussed during the future sessions of the PAP. So before we begin with the various items on today's agenda, I would like to give the floor to Madam Secretary General so she can verify the quorum of this meeting. Thank you. Madam Secretary General, please, you have the floor. Can you confirm or verify the quorum?
The Secretariat will conduct a head count.
Mr. Chair, the Secretariat is going to verify the number of attendees present at this chamber.
شكرا سيدة المحترمة الأمينة العامة.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General of the Pan-African Parliament. It's worth noting that I have received a motion from the chair of Southern African Caucus on the setting of the rotation of the position of president of this caucus or chair of this caucus. Pursuant to the rules of procedures of the PAP, I request that this motion be tabled at the Secretariat, and pursuant to the rules of proceedings, we are going to discuss this motion during the next session so that we can be more responsible in our actions. As a matter of fact, I just received this motion, and I request once more that Madam Secretary General tell us about the items on today's agenda.
Honorable President, there are 72 honorable members in the chamber. The quorum is 108, and the quorum is not met at this point. Thank you.
شكرا السيدة الأمينة العامة المحترمة.
Madam Clerk of the Parliament, dear colleagues, I would like to talk to you today as a legal expert and leader of this parliament. So we are going to think of reforming the rules of procedures of the parliament. The aim here is to ensure that we address the issue of a quorum. We ensure that it's in compliance with the rules of procedures. This will not necessarily be linked to the opening of the sessions. The quorum should not be tied with the sessions. There are issues arising on the fact that there are absences, and we are not responsible for this situation. We are in charge of the legality aspect of our sessions and activities. So it's unacceptable, and we advocate for the fact that the PAP should see their activities strengthened and that they should do their work accordingly. And I would like to reiterate, we cannot set up flexible laws that motivate or govern the recommendations of this parliament because we do not have the necessary quorum, which is 108 members of the parliament, to take decisions and make resolutions. So I suggest to you, dear colleagues, members of the parliament, that we start with the scrutiny and the presentation of clauses related to today's agenda, while our colleagues join us here in chamber. Then we shall get to the adoption. So if there is no objection from the chamber, then we are going to adopt the agenda. Are there any objections? Is there any MP who rejects this decision?
شكرا زميلاتي زملائي أعضاء البرلمان.
Thank you, dear colleagues, members of parliament. I will now give the floor to Honorable Clerk's Parliament, rather the Clerk of the Parliament, so she can read out the agenda, especially the first item on our agenda.
The first order is read with an amendment that seeks to align it with the presentation. The presentation is on the Pan-African Parliament budget execution for the financial year 2025, approved budget for 2026, mid-year budget execution 2026, and proposed PAP budget 2027. The presenter is Honorable Robert Ngili, Chairperson of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs.
Thank you. شكرا السيدة المحترمة الأمينة العامة وأدعو.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would like to invite Honorable Robin Kili, Chair of the Monetary and Financial Affairs, to make his presentation and read out his report on the budget debates of the Pan-African Parliament for the 2026-2027 year. Honorable Kili, please, you have the floor.
إلى عرضه فليتفضل مشكور. وقبل استعراض هذا التقرير أدعو.
However, I would like to call on the clerk's administration to ensure that MPs have received documents on the various presentations that will be made today. That is before the beginning of our deliberations, so that each and everyone can have the necessary time to prepare their observations. So that at least they can be kept abreast of whatever will be discussed. We will make sure that these documents will be shared with our dear colleagues. Mr. Chair, please, you have the floor.
صباح الخير. شكرا للسيد الرئيس. هي نقطة نظام طبعا. نقطة.
Good morning. There is a point of order regarding the speakers list, that is those who would like to take the floor. So this is being done a day before The aim here is to avoid having many people. So we like to have a clear mechanism for everyone so we know how to go about taking the floor. This has always been a problem because some countries write the names of their MPs, and unfortunately some people are not able to take the floor finally. So this is something that we are going to do. This will be a session for oral questions. So if we do not maybe amend the way we used to do things, we will not be able to work accordingly. So please just try to address this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair of the Rules Committee. So your committee is better placed to address this issue and find an explanation to those that have to the things to, or find a reason why this order used to occur. So I will now give the floor to. Rather, I would like to mention that everyone will have their intervention moment, and you will receive this document before time, before even entering the hall. And when you receive the report, you'll equally be provided with the document so that you can feel free to take the floor or register your name on the speakers list. And this before our discussions. So throughout the day and before we go through each report, members of the parliament are called upon to have their names registered on the list so that this list should be made available. The aim here is to allow everyone to intervene and have the same time of intervention allocated for everybody. Thank you. Distinguished Chair of the Monetary and Financial Affairs, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the PAP, for acknowledging me. Madam Clerk mentioned that there was a correction to be made on today's agenda, especially the presentation of the 2026-2027 budget. As a matter of fact, my reports will revolve around the budget for the Pan-African Parliament. That is, you are going to scrutinize it. The budget approved for 2026, the midterm execution budget for the year 2026, also a forecast of 2027 budget. Mr. President, distinguished MPs, on behalf of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, I have the honor to present the committee's report on the budget execution for the financial year 2025. The approved budget for 2026, the mid-year budget execution for 2026, the proposed supplementary budget for 2026, and the proposed budget estimates for the financial year 2027. The committee submits this report pursuant to Rule 26, Section 2 of the Rules of Procedures, which mandates it to examine the draft estimates of the Parliament's budget, to monitor implementation, and make recommendations to Parliament on the budget of the African Union. The report tabled before plenary is particularly significant because it bridges the work undertaken by the committee during the financial months of the 6th Parliament and the beginning of the 7th Parliament. Before the dissolution of the previous Parliament, the committee had substantially completed its consideration for the 2027 budget estimates in accordance with the African Union budget preparation calendar. However, it was unable to present its findings to plenary. Consequently, this report consolidates the committee's work on the 2025 budget execution, the approved 2026 budget, the 2026 mid-year budget execution, and the proposed 2027 budget to ensure continuity in Parliament's financial oversight responsibilities. Budget execution for the financial year 2025 rather. Honorable members, the committee carefully examined the budget execution report for the financial year ended 31st December 2025. During the year under review, the revised budget of the Pan-African Parliament amounted to approximately $10.95 million, comprising $10.59 million for operational expenditure and $359,151 for program activities. The committee observed that although the overall budget declined by approximately 17% compared to the previous year, this reduction was almost entirely attributable to the significant decline in funding from development partners, which fell approximately by 83%. While operational funding remained relatively stable, the sharp decline in program resources constrained the Parliament's ability to implement several planned activities and strategic initiatives. Despite these financial constraints, the committee was encouraged by the overall budget execution achieved during the reporting period. Operational expenditure recorded an execution rate of 90%. Program expenditure reached 85%, while overall expenditure stood at approximately 90% of the revised budget.
Ces résultats témoignent d'une discipline.
These results demonstrate improved financial discipline and stronger implementation of approved activities. The committee believes that this level of execution strengthens the Pan-African Parliament's credibility during the future budget negotiations with the African Union policy organs. At the same time, the committee emphasizes that financial performance should no longer be measured solely by expenditure levels. Future budgets must increasingly be evaluated on the basis of measurable outputs, institutional impact, and value for money. The committee therefore recommends the adoption of a stronger results-based budgeting framework linking expenditure to clearly defined performance indicators and strategic outcomes. The committee also recommends strengthened oversight through regular reporting on budget implementation, closer alignment of future budgets with Agenda 2063 and the African Union Strategic Plan, and greater efforts to diversify sources of program financing in order to reduce dependence on external partners. External audit and financial oversight. The committee further found that the annual budget oversight process remains incomplete unless the external audit process is concluded and the auditor's management letter is presented to the committee. While audited financial statements are presented annually, the accompanying management letter, management response, and implementation plan are not consistently submitted to the committee before the conclusion of its consideration of the budget execution reports. The committee considered this to be a governance gap that limits Parliament's ability to assess internal controls, monitor the implementation of audit recommendations, and exercise comprehensive financial oversight. Accordingly, the committee recommends that future consideration of annual budget execution reports should only be concluded after the committee has considered the audited financial statements, the auditor's reports, the management letter, the Secretariat's management response, and an implementation matrix for audit recommendations. Approved budget for the financial year 2026. Honorable members, the committee also reviewed the approved budget for the current financial year, amounting to $10.5 US, comprising $9.89 million for operational expenditure and $613,854 US for program activities. While the committee welcomes the continued financing of Parliament's core operations, it remains concerned about the overall structure of the budget. Firstly, approximately 73% of the budget is allocated to staff-related costs. Although these obligations are unavoidable, they significantly reduce the resources available for parliamentary oversight, legislative work, and committee programs. Secondly, the committee notes with concern that several permanent committees have little or no dedicated program funding. This situation limits their ability to undertake oversight, missions, consultations, and legislative initiatives required under the rules of procedure. The committee also observed that the application of predetermined expenditure ceilings through the African Union budgeting system continues to constrain the Parliament's ability to prepare budgets that adequately reflect its operational needs. The committee therefore recommends that future budgets provide a more balanced allocation between operational costs and program implementation, that every permanent committee receive dedicated program funding, and that the African Union Commission review the current budgeting methodology to better reflect the operational realities of the Pan-African Parliament. The committee further reiterates the needs for a comprehensive resource mobilization strategy aimed at strengthening the financial sustainability of the institution. Finally, the committee expresses serious concern regarding the continued delay in implementing Executive Council decisions relating to the harmonization of members' allowances and benefits. The committee considers the implementation of these decisions essential to enabling members to discharge their parliamentary responsibilities effectively, and has therefore proposed an accompanying resolution for adoption by this House. Honorable members, the committee also considered the mid-year budget execution reports for the period ending 30 June 2026. As at mid-year, operational expenditures stood at 35% program implementation at 7%, resulting in an overall execution rate of 34%, compared with the expected benchmark of approximately 50%. Although these figures are below target, The committee concluded that they largely reflected the transition from the 6th to the 7th Parliament rather than deficiencies in financial management. During this transition period, many parliamentary structures, including the Bureau and committees, had not yet been fully constituted, inevitably delaying implementation of approved programs. The committee nevertheless cautions the prolonged low execution rates may adversely affect future budget negotiations with the African Union Commission and other policy organs. Accordingly, the committee recommends that all parliamentary structures accelerate implementation of approved activities during the second half of the financial year, strengthen procurement planning, and submit quarterly implementation reports to facilitate enhanced parliamentary oversight.
Supplementary budget for 2026. The committee notes that the African Union Commission has invited all organs to submit supplementary budget requests within the limits prescribed by the financial rules and regulations. For the Pan-African Parliament, the maximum supplementary allocations amounts to approximately 1.48 million USD. The committee supports the submission of a supplementary budget but emphasizes that additional resources should be directed primarily towards activities that strengthen Parliament's legislative, oversight, and representative functions rather than recurrent administrative expenditure. Proposed budget for the financial year 2027. Mr. President, honorable members, the committee also considered the proposed budget estimates for 2027. The committee notes that although Parliament initially identified financial requirements amounting to approximately 21.7 million USD, the African Union Commission communicated an expenditure ceiling of only 10.84 million USD. The committee remains concerned that the significant reduction from Parliament's identified resource requirements may undermine its ability to fulfill its constitutional mandate effectively. While recognizing that staff costs remain unavoidable contractual obligations, the committee strongly emphasizes that program funding for committees, caucuses, and other parliamentary structures must be protected and progressively increased. The committee therefore recommends that plenary take note of the proposed 2027 budget while urging the Bureau to continue engaging the African Union Commission, the Permanent Representatives Committee, and the Executive Council to secure enhanced financial allocations for the Pan-African Parliament. In conclusion, Mr. President, honorable members, overall, the committee is satisfied that it has discharged its mandate by examining the financial performance of the Pan-African Parliament, reviewing the approved 2026 budget, assessing the mid-year budget execution for 2026, and considering the proposed budget estimates for 2027. The committee acknowledges the improvements achieved in budget execution and financial management during the period under review. However, significant challenges remain, particularly the inadequate level of program funding, restrictive budget ceilings, declining development partner support, and the continued delay in implementing Executive Council decisions relating to members' allowance. The committee firmly believes that an effective Pan-African Parliament requires adequate financial resources to discharge its legislative, oversight, and representative mandate on behalf of the people of Africa. Accordingly, the committee respectfully recommends that plenary take note of the committee's findings on the budget execution reports for 2025 and the mid-year budget execution for 2026. That the plenary endorse the committee's recommendations on strengthening financial management, program implementation, and results-based budgeting. That it support continued engagement with the African Union policy organs to secure enhanced financial resources for the Pan-African Parliament, and that it adopt the accompanying resolution relating to the implementation of Executive Council decisions concerning the restoration of Parliament's budgetary capacity and the harmonization of members' allowance. Honorable President, before concluding, I would like to present before plenary this draft resolution. First ordinary session of the 7th Parliament, resolutions of the Pan-African Parliament on the sustainability, the financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament, implementation of decisions from the Executive Council, and the strengthening of capacity for the Parliament staff. I'd like to remind Articles 5 and 17 of the Constitutive Act of the African Union, which establishes the Pan-African Parliament as one of the principal organs of the African Union. Recalling further the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament and the protocol on amendments thereto, here referring to the Malabo Protocol, which envisaged the progressive strengthening of the Pan-African Parliament as the parliamentary institution of the African Union, entrusted with legislative, oversight, representative, and advisory functions, guided by Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, particularly Aspiration 3, which calls for good governance, democracy, constitutionalism, accountability, and effective institutions. Mindful that the effective implementation of the Pan-African Parliament's mandate is dependent upon the availability of adequate, predictable, and sustainable financial resources. Recalling Rule 22, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, which mandates the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to examine the draft estimates of the parliamentary budget, consider the budget of the African Union, and make appropriate recommendations to Parliament. Further recalling the African Union financial rules and regulations governing the preparation, approval, and implementation of the Union budget, recalling with appreciation the Executive Council decisions that have consistently reaffirmed the role of the Pan-African Parliament within the institutional architecture of the African Union, and in particular the decision requesting the Permanent Representatives Committee through its relevant subcommittee to review decision EX.CL/DEC 1057 on the harmonization of allowances and benefits for the organs of the Union with a view to restoring the emoluments of members of the Pan-African Parliament, recognizing that decisions of the Executive Council constitute authoritative policy decisions of the African Union and should be implemented in a timely and consistent manner by the relevant organs and institutions of the Union, acknowledging the continued efforts of the Bureau, the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, and the Secretariat to strengthen financial management, improve budget execution, and promote accountability in the utilization of public resources, noting with satisfaction that the Pan-African Parliament achieved an operational budget execution rate of approximately 90% during the 2025 financial year, demonstrating its capacity to utilize allocated resources efficiently and responsibly. Concerned, however, that the current level of financial resources available to the Pan-African Parliament remains inadequate to support the full implementation of its constitutional, legislative, oversight, representative, and advisory responsibilities. Further concerned that the application of institutional budget ceilings has constrained the Parliament's ability to present budget proposals that accurately reflect its approved work plans, statutory obligations, and strategic priorities. Deeply concerned by the continued delay in implementing Executive Council decisions relating to the restoration of members' emoluments and other matters affecting the effective functioning of the Pan-African Parliament, recognizing further that strengthening the institutional and financial capacity of the Pan-African Parliament is essential to advancing democratic governance, accountability, citizen participation, and the implementation of Agenda 2063 across the African continent, hereby resolves as follows. 1. Reaffirmation of the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. Reaffirms the central role of the Pan-African Parliament as the parliamentary organ of the African Union and emphasizes that the effective discharge of its mandate requires adequate, predictable, and sustainable financial resources commensurate with its constitutional responsibilities. 2. Implementation of Executive Council decisions. Calls upon the Permanent Representatives Committee, through its relevant subcommittee and the African Union Commission, to expedite the implementation of all outstanding Executive Council decisions relating to the Pan-African Parliament, including those concerning the harmonization and restoration of members' allowances and benefits. 3. Restoration of the Parliament's resource capacity. Urges the Executive Council, the Permanent Representatives Committee, and the African Union Commission, within their respective mandates, to progressively strengthen the resource envelope of the Pan-African Parliament so that it is commensurate with the institution's approved mandate, program of work, and strategic priorities. 4. Review of the budget ceiling methodology. Requests the African Union Commission to review the methodology used in determining institutional budget ceilings to ensure that future allocations take into account the statutory obligations, approved work plans, demonstrated performance, and evolving responsibilities of the Pan-African Parliament. 5. Strengthening program funding. Calls upon the African Union Commission to ensure that future budget allocations provide adequate program funding for the permanent committees, parliamentary caucuses, and other statutory structures of the Pan-African Parliament, to enable them to effectively implement their approved activities. 6. Results-based budgeting and performance management encourages the Secretariat to continue strengthening program-based and results-based budgeting by linking financial resources to measurable outputs, outcomes, and institutional impact, consistent with the African Union's results-based management framework. 7. Resource mobilization strategy mandates the Bureau, working in collaboration with the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs and the Secretariat, to develop and implement a comprehensive resource mobilization strategy aimed at enhancing the long-term financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament in full compliance with the financial rules and regulations of the African Union. 8. Institutional engagement mandates the President of the Pan-African Parliament, supported by the Bureau and the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, to continue engaging the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Permanent Representatives Committee, the Executive Council, the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance, and other relevant policy organs on matters relating to the financing and institutional strengthening of the Pan-African Parliament. 9. Monitoring and reporting requests the Bureau and the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to report to the plenary at each ordinary session on progress made in implementing this resolution and on developments relating to the financing of the Pan-African Parliament. 10. Transmission requests the President of the Pan-African Parliament to transmit this resolution to the Assembly of the African Union, the Executive Council, the Permanent Representatives Committee, PRC, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the PRC Subcommittee on General Supervision and Coordination on Budgetary, Financial, and Administrative Matters, the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance, all African Union member states, and other relevant African Union organs for information and appropriate action. Adopted in Midran, July 2026. Your Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, the committee respectfully submits this report and the resolution hereby attached for scrutiny and adoption by the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Robert Tankeli, the Chairperson of the Committee of the Financial and Monetary Affairs, for his presentation and for this report, the detailed report. And of course, we want to put in front of the honorable member of the Pan-African Parliament a report regarding the budget of the Pan-African Parliament 2026-2027. And we are eager to keep the clarity and to provide the details. And we are committed. We are committed to reform the budget of this Parliament to enable it in discharging its effective role in the framework of the laws and practices. And we are always looking forward to build strong relationship in the context of a new vision, and to build in a strong partnership with the African Union considering that the Pan-African Parliament is an integral part of the African Union, and it is the political organ mandated with reviewing, debating, creating that spirit, and debating many matters pertaining Africa and pertaining what is decided by the AU Assembly and other developments and concerns. Therefore, the Pan-African Parliament seeks to clarify and link between the aspirations and positions and resolutions issued by the leadership. To be successful and to be distinguished in the performance of the Parliament, the Parliament needs strong tools and instruments and needs a budget, a sufficient budget. We want to have a strong performance, but we must have resources and budget, and we always focus on the transparency in execution of the budget and the return. And here I mean that we achieve the objectives that we set and the resolutions we take. We are in the beginning of this term. We wanted to have an information bank, and through which we can discuss with the leadership and the African Union Commission, and we choose the right path, that we should avoid some practices, and we give a positive signal that we look forward to the effective parliamentarian role similar to the other continental parliaments, and we trust the parliamentary diplomacy and with the diplomatic missions accredited to the Republic of South Africa, and also with the leadership with the national parliaments. So we have one conviction that there should be an adequate budget to this parliament. It is also not logical that we have sessions for 15 days or 20 days to a month, and on the level of the national parliaments there are laws or norms or decisions that do not provide allowances to members of the Pan-African Parliament for more than 10 days. So there is a contradiction. We want legal consultations. We want continuous attendance, and we want an active participation of the members of the Pan-African Parliament. But at the end of the day, we face a different reality, which is the lack of resources that enable this Parliament of discharging its effective role. Therefore, there are a lot of overlaying matters and a reality that we cannot overcome. We are mandated to have a strong parliamentary performance, and here I would like to emphasize on a strong collective vision and utilize the spaces that we have, and we will debate and we will advocate to reform the budget of this parliament, because this is a right of this parliament, and we are eager to build a strong partnership because we believe in responsibility and the confidence that we have by the African people. And today we are convening this session, and there is a meeting for the Executive Council in Addis Ababa, and we have can represent, who represent us in this meeting from the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, and they will advocate for the reform or the restoration of the budget reform. And I have mandated my colleague and my brother, honorable chairperson of the Committee on Financial and Monetary Affairs, to set an action plan through which we can reform this budget and provide the possible means to in a set timetable to achieve the budget of the Pan-African Parliament that enables it of functioning properly. And we are looking forward to the decisions of the Executive Council. And previously there was decisions that have been taken regarding the restoration of the budget of the Pan-African Parliament, and to go back before 2019, and this is what it's supposed to be. So there is work. We will inform you about in the right time, and we are working on many levels to firstly give a new image of this parliament, that this parliament should be a platform for the debate and diplomatic visits and high-level personalities on the level of the African continent, and also regarding the mutual diplomatic work.
This is for giving the good image of the Pan-African Parliament, as well as to open the Parliament for others to know about it, and to go along with the aspirations of the African Union. Therefore, we are striving for internal reform of the management of the Parliament, reform of the budget, and monitoring its finance based on credibility, efficiency, and also going forward for the further participation of the Pan-African Parliament in more issues. We come here to play a role in the African issues and to confirm to our people through our discussions and through monitoring and through field visits that we are doing our proper work. We will continue to look for such type of reports. Sometimes we prepare reports, and these reports may contain information that is not complete or not have enough evidence or supporting information. So we'll verify them here in this chamber, and for those who are concerned within the African Union and member states, definitely we'll look at that until we attain our final goal, which is to have a parliament with full legislative function. And also, yesterday or the day before yesterday, when we met with the president of South Africa, Honorable His Excellency Ramaphosa, who expressed his readiness to support us in raising awareness about the Parliament and to strive to ratify the Malabo Protocol, which will give PAP it is a rightful position. And I'm very keen, as president of this PAP, with the support of the previous presidents of Pan-African Parliament, from Mr. Nkudu, Honorable Nkudu, whom I pay all the respect, and the others, to benefit from their experience and ideas that may help us to reduce time for achieving what we want to do. We are always open and appreciate the the experiences of honorable members of this parliament who are either former heads of political parties, former ministers, or among the elites in their countries. Most of them are university professors, and definitely will benefit from their experiences in finding solutions. And all areas of our work in mediation, peace building, raising awareness of Africans, and bringing together the people of our continent. And I think we have to overcome the disagreements that are not necessary between the African people. We have suffered a lot from the time of from the colonial era. I have a strong conviction that this parliament is capable of achieving a lot of miracles by unity of its members and capability to face the challenges. Once again, I want to thank you, Honorable Mr. Robert Okili, Chairperson of the Committee of Finance and Budgetary Matters, and I'm really amazed by the way that you have made your presentation, which shows your experience, your love for what you are doing, and your capacity to carry out this job. And I'm very happy, and I'm very have that confidence on your committee and CAPA to continue with the same spirit of credibility and spirit of transparency. Definitely, we are going to open the discussions, which will enlighten and add more light on this report that has been presented to us. And definitely, will come out with resolutions that the Bureau of PAP will use it as a guide to receive or to do what it's supposed to do. This is just an introductory statement. And to open the discussion, I would like to request all my dear sisters and brothers to take the floor whenever you want, according to the arrangements that is made here by the Secretariat to register your names. I have 20 names registered here. This is for one report, and for this day we have other two reports. We have a report on the evaluation of the African Free Trade Area, that is by the Republic of Ghana, as well as the call for the ratification of the freedom of movement by individuals. That will be presented by Honorable Mohammed Nabil Halawa. And after the discussion, we have another report. This report is about the participation of Women Caucus in the 70th meeting or assembly on the Committee of Women's Affairs. And there is another report about the International Center for Girls' Education in Africa. And also another report about the Africa Ferris Ladies Forum, which will be presented by the head of or chair of the committee, Women Caucus. And the other report will be presented by the head of education. And after the discussion, both reports will be adopted. And therefore, just to tell you that our day is full of reports, and let us have the energy, and then let me call upon all my dear sisters and brothers, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, to be focused and to reduce the time you are using for your interventions. We need to cover everything provided for us into this program, and we are ready to do that job. The first in my list for intervention is Honorable Fatoumata Najia from Gambia. Fatoumata from Gambia. Before You take the floor. Let me call upon member of the Bureau, the first Vice President, Honorable Gallo, to steer the session because I have other issues to handle at the office there. Honorable Gallo, you have to come to lead the meeting. Madam Fatoumata, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera en primer lugar reconocer y apreciar el informe, pero entonces también quisiera expresar mi preocupación sobre la continua dependencia del Parlamento Panafricano con respecto a financiación de los países socios para implementación de sus programas. Este Parlamento no debería ser una institución manejado por los donantes. Es un órgano de la Unión Africana para representar a sus pueblos. Por lo tanto, su financiación no debería depender de los donantes sobre las prioridades o disponibilidades de los socios externos. Sin embargo, es gratificante saber que el presidente le ha dado mandato al presidente de la Comisión para ver el presupuesto y pedir a la Unión Africana durante la sesión actual para poder ver cuál es nuestro presupuesto. Y haciéndolo, la Unión Africana debería rever el presupuesto del Parlamento Panafricano. Yo tenía entendida de que las limitaciones se debían al COVID, pero me parece que ahora estamos en un periodo post-COVID y el presupuesto tiene que volver al periodo pre-COVID. La designación del presupuesto debe estar basado en el mandato de la Constitución. Los requerimientos y prioridades, más que en cuanto a las limitaciones solamente de la Unión Africana. La Comisión reconoce correctamente que los presupuestos suplementarios son necesarios para los requisitos de programas y me parece que nosotros tenemos otras necesidades, en particular el grupo de las mujeres, señor presidente. Y entonces yo quisiera, como miembro del grupo de mujeres, del Buró del Grupo de Mujeres, de enfatizar la necesidad urgente para una designación suplementaria de nuestro mandato, en particular sobre la implementación de la Convención de la Unión Africana para poner fin a la violencia contra las mujeres y las niñas. Este grupo está en la posición para movilizar los parlamentarios, apoyar los Estados miembros y asegurarnos de que esto se transmita en la protección de la mujer y las niñas en África, en toda África. Señor presidente, por lo tanto, quisiera pedir un presupuesto suplementario para el grupo de las mujeres. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Próximo orador. Honorable
From Cameroon, the former president of Pan-African Parliament. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. I requested the floor, first of all, to commend the Committee on Financial and Monetary Affairs for the work they've carried out and to commend the Chair for the presentation. Honorable President, we would like to give some advice. The Parliament has been in operation for over 20 years. If we do not move forward as Parliament, it's our fault. The PRC carries out similar work to us. If we do not work to ensure ratification of the Malabo Protocol, we will not arrive at where we need to go. Until we do not have the protocol ratified, we will not reach our objectives. Secondly, we have a budget which talks about a decrease from 20 million to $11 million. This reduces our ability to carry out our activities. We will not be able to carry out our field activities. This will, of course, affect our visibility. We wanted 300 or so million for activities. Even the amount that our countries are spending to send us here is not justified. We do not have the resources to carry out our activities. Thirdly, Mr. President, I would like to recommend to the plenary and to the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to pay close attention and ensure that when we debate issues of allowances of members of parliament, I believe, for example, if we look at Article 10 of the Rules of Procedure, subparagraph 6, it's clearly indicated that members of parliament receive an allowance to carry out their functions in accordance with Article 10 of the protocol. Therefore, dear colleagues, whilst we are carrying out our activities here, all members of parliament have received their allowances, and if that is the case, then members of parliament can be more active. But we are depending on the African Union for voting our budget for political reasons. Letters have been written to the African Union to reduce our allowances altogether. Once we talk of allowances, we are unable to receive the budget that we request, and then we have to ask for a supplementary budget. So this has always been a problem. This continues to affect our work, this issue of allowances. I believe that there are some aspects, when we take them up, we need to be fully aware of the background, so that we can find a better way to arrive at what we want as far as the budget is concerned. And also, we cannot carry out fact-finding missions if we do not have resources, and this affects our visibility as Parliament. You spoke of a mission to the United States. This was a significant achievement for our Parliament. Yesterday, when we spoke about the crisis in the Sudan, I didn't want to speak, but the issues of the Sudan are more profound than what we discussed. There are external countries that are funding the war, and if we're unable to negotiate with those countries, we'll continue to have problems. In order to negotiate with those countries, we need to travel to those countries. 25 members of parliament traveling to the U.S. is very expensive. So I would recommend that for the allowances, we need to reflect in depth how can we arrive at convincing the African Union that we do actually need these allowances, we need this budget, and this is in direct relation with our rules of procedure. There are certain funds that we need. Let's reflect further and we'll find solutions. The chair has highlighted that partnership is of the utmost importance. With partnership, we need clear projects and request funders to support us to improve on what we've done in the past. So just to say that a great deal has been done, but we ourselves have are complicit in what's happening today with the reduction in the budget. So I wanted to highlight this to the chair of the committee and give some suggestions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Honorable Mr. President, can I observe?
Yes, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. I think we should limit our time, otherwise we'll not go anywhere. Just maintain the 3 minutes that we've done yesterday. I think we made progress yesterday, so we maintain it. Thank you.
Otherwise, number 2 must come up.
Thank you. I was about to announce that one. I just consulted Secretariat. Yes, we will stick only to 3 minutes. It was also appropriate to allow our former president to take that couple of minutes. We are okay with that. Excellencies, the next speaker in our list, Honorable Anthony Akol from Uganda. You have the floor, Honorable.
Mr. President, let me take this opportunity to first and foremost thank the committee chair of Monetary and Financial Affairs for a report that he presented. Wonderful work. The live stream of any organization, the blood of any organization depends on finances. Whether it's individual, whether it is family, any institution, it is money. In a situation where there is limited funding, there is no way you can achieve your objectives. Mr. President, I happened to analyze the budget of Pan-African Parliament before, and I got information that in 2017, it was about 23 million US dollars. Then in 2020, it came to about 20.79 million dollars. Then when you look at the report today, in 2024, the budget came to about $13.1 million. In 2015, it came to $10.586 million. Now we are in 2016, it is reducing to $10,504 million. So the budget is reducing. Maybe the problem is figure in millions and ceilings. You know, I'm used to ceilings in Uganda. So that means the explanation has been that the problem was the COVID-19. In the situation that business have gone back to normal, why is the budget being reduced? And to make matters worse, when you read this report, it says that the budget for the programs of committees, activities of committees has been reduced, and some committees has no funding at all. Therefore, if the committee have no business to do, what will the plenary discuss? I therefore think it is important that the chair presented something very important, and we need to adapt to make sure that this parliament goes ahead, gives authority for the Bureau to negotiate for the budget of the Pan-African Parliament to go back to start from where it was in 2017 to about $23 million. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Almatau Badaru from Benin. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. Dear colleagues, members of Parliament, I support this budget and I would like to encourage MPs to support the resolution on allowances. Allowances to members of Parliament assist them in fulfilling their functions as they ought. Now, these allowances is not a privilege, but an investment in a strong institution which is credible, fully committed to serving our citizens. We need to be able to arrive at a prosperous and united Africa, and we need our allowances, our budget, in order to do this.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Safia Elmi Jibril from Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. May I greet all the members of Parliament as I take the floor. Firstly, I would like to also thank the chair of the Financial and Monetary Affairs Committee for this report. Honorable President, my concern relates to what was actually raised by the two previous speakers, Honorable Gayo and Honorable Fatoumata, or I beg your pardon, it was Honorable Kodo. This is to do with the allowances for the members of Parliament and the budget of the Women Caucus. I would like to focus on two aspects. I have a question two questions, but the first, following this report, I think before COVID, around 2019, Honorable President, we had significant allowances for the members of parliament, but this has changed. Secondly, insurance, health insurance that we received in the past, which has now been removed. My second concern is of the utmost importance to members of parliament as the issue of passports. May I remind you, Honourable President, that we had passports before 2019, but now we have laissez-passer. So as far as respect for members of parliament, I believe this is important. These two issues are of great priority: health insurance and diplomatic passports. This is required for members of parliament. Thank you, Honourable President.
Thank you, Honourable. Honourable Beritu Kodaro, you are recognized to take the floor. Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Honourable President, thank you. Let me begin by commending the chair of the Committee of Monetary and Financial Affairs for the clarity of the presentation. Following such a presentation, we ought not to be raising any questions. I fully support all the resolutions made. They have been well thought out and well presented. My concern, however, is to do with the balance of the budget. This is what I wanted to raise. We have a budget of 10.84 million, budget 7 for staff and 1 million for activities. So when we come here, we do not have the resources to carry out our work. Once staff have been paid, there is no more funds available for activities. So as the former president of PAP spoke and said we need to go back to where we had an appropriate budget. We had 40%, now it's 13% for activities. We need a sufficient budget to carry out our activities. And also, if the chair of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs could bear in mind that there's also the budget from donors, not just from the AU. Some donors provide funding, and when they provide a significant amount of resources to the institution. So if the chair of the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, they can work with the Clerk of Parliament so that the next budget presented takes into account the external funds we receive from partners. Thank you so much, Honourable President.
Honourable Elizabeth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the committee chairperson and his committee. Mr. President, this budget is being debated at a crucial time. It is the AU year of water, sanitation, and Agenda 2063. So the question before us, does this budget fund our mandate or just meetings? Firstly, Article 11 of the Pan-African Protocol gives us oversight, legislative, and advisory powers. But oversight costs money, missions, committee findings. The budget must enable that. The AU has declared 2026 a water and sanitation year, yet I see no clear allocation for PAP to lead advocacy on WASH in schools, which directly impacts girls' education and child marriage. What is PAP delivering? PAP can't deliver if there is no enough funding. Mr. President, therefore, I support the report from our finance, and I propose amendments on gender committee for more funding, oversight, implementation, tracking. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Mariam Dao.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President. I equally want to commend the chairperson of the Committee on Finance for the presentation of the committee report, which was clear, explicit, and transparent. Mr. President, part of my concerns have been taken into consideration by Honorable Fatoumata Nje, but I'd like to express myself by raising questions on the dependence of results we are sorting with regards to the developmental partners. Mr. President, we want results which depend to the tune of 80% on developmental partners. We want results by limiting the feasibility of humanitarian missions in the field of parliamentarians and on partners who at times are the ones funding wars. So this is a question: where is our sovereignty and where is our independence? That is why, Mr. President, I would like to make an advocacy or a plea within the committee to say that if we want results, the budget of programs, committees, and caucuses should be the key of success for this parliament. So my plea will be that during discussions with the African Union, the budget of programs, committees, and caucuses should represent at least 60% of the budget of the parliament. I equally have a suggestion to make, because since I'm here, we're talking about budget reduction and procedures. So, Mr. President, I believe we need an exceptional decision, and for this, permit me to suggest to the leadership of the Pan-African Parliament to meet heads of state and executive committee for an exceptional decision which can only be made by heads of state. That is to actually restore the budget of the Pan-African Parliament to the level before the COVID-19, because we are limited by procedures and we are limited by those who do not want us to take our rightful place. So let's meet the executive committee and heads of states for an exceptional decision. As far as I'm concerned, this is a key which is going to enable us to come back to a path of results. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker in my list is Honorable Danson, but I want to give you the floor to you, Your Excellency. You are one of the senior members of the committee. You will come at the end to assist the chairperson of the committee. And now I will give floor to the Honorable Rodney Clotty from Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable President. I would like to yield the floor to somebody else because there must have been some clerical error. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker will be Honorable Abdurham Berime Hamid, Chad.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just like the others, I commend the committee which carried out a good work and produced a good report. Now, as it pertains to the budget, my remarks are as follows. First of all, you should send an individual to discuss with the African Union on our budget. They are actually discussing, and I believe they'll finish today. Whereas we are presenting our budget today, we should have requested for a postponement up to tomorrow, and so that we should consider the mission to see what has been done to improve the budget. Then, again, when it comes to the budget of today, I think it's a running budget. Whereas, given in a situation where the caucus and committees don't have activities to realize, so our presence is just going to be for the fun of it. So because we are going to come, make decisions, and afterward we won't have the means to implement them. And in my capacity of a vice president of the settlement committee, I see that there are many shortcomings when it comes to the rules of procedures, and there are many things to be done. And I can see a budget of $25,000 which was allocated to this committee. So I believe that with a very low amount of the budget, it's going to be difficult to actually respect the rules of procedures. As you can see today, we are debating on the issues, whereas we've not reached the quorum. So we have sat a while expecting to attend the quorum, whereas the budget is something which is very important. So what I see and what I can ask and ask a question is this: how are we going to go about it if tomorrow your envoy comes back with other proposals? So are we going to review the budget or not? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Goboswang of Botswana.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. On behalf of the Botswana delegation, I rise to support the monetary and financial report and budget proposals ably presented by the committee chairperson. Mr. President, we associate ourselves with the concerns raised by the previous speakers concerning the budget of PAP. Mr. President, PAP is consistently staffed of sufficient resources to fulfill its statutory obligations. And if PAP is not allocated in our budget, other partners will. And as they say, who pays the piper calls the tune. Mr. President, the gap between the operational and program funding allocations need to be addressed urgently. It's very undesirable. Finally, we fully support the resolution calling upon the PRC to implement the relevant Executive Council decisions on the restoration of the PAP's budget and the harmonization of members' allowances and benefits, as well as the health insurance. I submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Honorable Philippus from Namibia.
Honorable members, fellow Africans, good morning. I think it's just a repetition of what everything has been said. I stand to support and applaud the chairperson and the able rapporteur. But first I want to read Rule 26 of our book. Since we are parliamentarians, we are dealing with procedure. Rule 26 that establishes the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs says the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, the word underlined there is shall, not may, shall, mandatory. Amongst others, examine the draft estimates of the parliamentary budget and submit it to Parliament, which they have done, to discuss the budget of the Union and make appropriate recommendation. When you go to Article 2 of the book, you see, when you are a Christian, you read the Bible. When you are a Muslim, you read the Quran. When you are a parliamentarian, you read your rules. Article 2 says establishment. The African Union is hereby established in accordance with the provisions of this Act, which means the Union referred there is the African Union. And therefore, we are mandated to examine and report to Parliament, discuss the budget of the Union and make appropriate recommendations. We cannot apply the same rule to solve a problem. Now, constantly, I've seen the budget that is here is the budget of Parliament, but the budget of the Union is not here. And when you also look at the provisional structure, the permanent, don't know what is, the PRC, is it PRC? Yeah, Permanent Representative Committee. It's a statutory body that MPs are reporting to. In Parliament, the Minister of Finance comes to the presiding officer, and that budget is to be subjected for the approval of Parliament. I think it's the same logic. So let the rules be enforced so that we are not at the mercy of people. Otherwise, we are continually going to cry, and power, let me tell you, power has never in this life been given, or you can pray even. The power is demanded, and most expressly is demanded by the oppressed. So as Africans and as the members of Parliament, we must take the initiative and at least look for the reinforcement of the rules. Otherwise, let's change the rules, and then we are out and know what we need to do. But I wholeheartedly support, but I say,
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Mabukito from Lesotho. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I also want to thank the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee on Finance for presenting the Pan-African Parliament budget for 2026-27. Honorable President, in considering this budget, I wish to focus on 3 key areas: value for money, accountability, and implementation. Firstly, value for money. This budget must clearly link to tangible results under Agenda 2063. The African people deserve to see what they are getting for every dollar spent by this parliament. Secondly, accountability. The external auditors raised issues last year on procurement and asset management. This budget must include resources to fix those weaknesses. We cannot budget the same way and expect different audit results. Thirdly, implementation. PAP must be seen beyond Midrand. We need resources to take Parliament to the people, to engage youth, women, and civil society. If our people do not know what PAP does, they cannot hold us accountable. Firstly, I call for a mid-year budget review to be presented to this honorable House to ensure accountability. No budget without accountability, no accountability without follow-up. I support this budget with these recommendations so that we build a parliament that delivers for Africa. I thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Barakat from Djibouti. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. We actually acknowledge the report of the Committee on Finance. For many years now, the budget revolves around $10.9 million per year. We understand that this amount does not include advantages which we have already decided on, including health insurance and DSEs during sessions and committees in Midland. Again, through the budget program, the program budget of 2026, we noticed that only 2 committees received funding, whereas we have 11 committees, 11 permanent committees.
Donc, dans le budget 2026,
So, in the 2027 budget, we should have a budget allocated for the ratification of the revised protocol of 2024 of the Pan-African Parliament, because if this protocol doesn't reach a ratification rate of 50+1, the Pan-African Parliament will never have its legislative status. Again, this budget should include amendment of internal settlement in line with the protocol, setting up.
souhaité en tout cas voir dans
In fact, we would like to see in the report of the committee the details of the external audit of the 2025 budget, because we are yet to conclude the 2026 budget, and we do hope that the new leadership of the Pan-African Parliament is going to do everything possible to improve the budget of the Pan-African Parliament. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Alpheus of Namibia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The full name is Alpheus Narusep. It presents challenges for pronunciation. Honorable Chairperson, I want to thank you and the Bureau for having guided the process thus far. Even though here and there could have been some improvements, but we are all human, aren't we?
Yes.
I wish to commend the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs for its comprehensive and well-considered report on the 2025 budget execution and the approved budget for the 2026 financial year. The report demonstrates satisfactory budget execution, which we were informed by our very competent and able chairperson that the execution rate was 90%, and it reflects the committee's commitment to strengthening prudent financial management, oversight and accountability within the Pan-African Parliament. I particularly welcome the committee's emphasis on results-based budgeting. Budget performance should not be measured solely by the level of expenditure, but by the tangible outputs, measurable outcomes, and meaningful impact that our program deliver to the masses of our people in Africa. While these achievements are encouraging, I am concerned by the significant decline in program funding, like all of us ought to be, which fell quite dramatically, and it's showing a decline in 2025. This reduction has implications for the implementation of Pan-African Parliament's strategic programs. It is therefore important that the African Union Commission, the Bureau and Member States continue exploring sustainable resource mobilization mechanisms that preserve the independence and effectiveness of this institution. Equally, Member States should continue honoring their assessed contributions in a timely manner.
Can you allow him half a minute, maybe a minute? Are you done? Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I also support the committee's recommendation that future budget proposals be aligned with Agenda 2063, and that the African Strategic Plan. Furthermore, I endorse the recommendation that the complete external audit package, including the auditor's report, the management letter, and the Secretariat's management response, be submitted before the budget execution oversight process is concluded. This will enhance transparency, accountability, and the effectiveness of the parliamentary oversight. With these few remarks, I support the report, and I thank you wholeheartedly. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Pupurai Tagarepi, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My issue will touch on three things. One thing that Pan-African Parliament leadership must engage AU leadership is to define the role of Pan-African Parliament within the family of organs of the AU. Are we treated the same? Are we seen as an equal, useful member of the family, or we are not? The reason why they have been reducing our budget may be a statement to us that we are good for nothing. Because if they really value that we represent the people of Africa, the budget must not be reducing willy-nilly without even consulting those who run Pan-African Parliament. The second thing is, when we get the money from AU, do we use that money prudently? Are we also not the source of the apprehension, where the AU see that you don't need the money, or when you get the money, you spend it extravagantly. You don't use it for the good of the people of Africa. When we get this money, does it go to the real areas of need? Do we look after the members of parliament who are supposed to run committees and do the work? We really need a self-introspection. Are we really representing the people of Africa, or we come here just for talk shows? Then somebody says, do we have to give these people money? So we need these things, a complete investigation that will then present to AU for funding. But at this juncture, Mr. President, let's encourage enough funding for the programs that are there, and the funding must, or the budget must be project driven, not just asking for money. But major thing, do we really fit in the organs as one important organ of the AU? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Gladys Tosu of Benin.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Honorable President. Distinguished colleagues, just like my colleagues, I would like to commend the members of the Committee on Monetary Affairs, Monetary and Financial Affairs for the quality of the work done, and the chairperson for the clear and unambiguous presentation of this report. The report is balanced, transparent, and highlights the performance achieved by our institutions and the challenges facing it. The main challenge and the main question as my colleague who preceded me said about it, how should we request results from our parliament without giving it the means necessary? So is our parliament supposed to exist if at all they can have enough means to ensure their work? When more than 3/4 of the budget is allocated for the expenditures of the staff, and that credit allocated to parliamentary programs and committees are not sufficient enough and are reduced every year. The control missions, representation, and proximity with the African population I represent actually feel an impact. The Pan-African Parliament should not be an institution which functions just to ensure its administration. It should be an institution which acts, which carries out oversight, and which accompanies the implementation of Agenda 2063. I equally hail the orientation of the committee in favor of budgeting accessed based on results. At a time when any dollar invested should produce a measurable impact, we should actually prove that the resources allocated to the parliament are translated by a better governance, a stronger African integration, and more efficient public policies. To this effect, I would like to make some recommendations. First, to continue with the dialogue with the African Union Commission, COREP, and the Executive Council in order to have a progressive increase of the resources of the Parliament proportionate to the extension of its mandate. Secondly, increase the part of the budget allocated to programs and to permanent programs and permanent committees, because it's the work of the committees which enable us to feel an added value to the work of our parliament. The third recommendation is to strengthen the culture of monitoring evaluation by systematically associating. Microphone, please. The interpreter can get the speaker.
Half a minute, please, to honorable member. 30 seconds only. More, please.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
So thank you. As I was saying, there was a need to set up or strengthen the culture of evaluation by systematically associating financial resources to performance indicators and to concrete results and to a regular monitoring and follow-up and recommendation. That's why I would want us to lay emphasis on the report of the committee chairperson in all points, including the attached resolution. I thank you for your kind attention, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Emmanuel Laula of South Sudan.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. President, I rise to associate myself with my colleagues who have ably said and congratulated the chairperson of the Committee for Monetary and Financial Affairs in presenting to us a well-documented report on our budget and financial performance. But, Mr. President, allow me to make two observations, if possible. One of my observations, Mr. President, refers to the presentation of the chairperson, in which he made presentation to us about the performance percentages of our budget. He gave us a performance of 2025 budget and media performance of 2026. And in the presentation, Mr. President, the performance was very high. It was 90%, 80%, 70%, I think, the minimum was. And this is very interesting because, Mr. President, I was in Kappa a few years ago. And for the last 5 years that I've been in this parliament, we have not seen a performance of 90% or 70% of our budget. So this must be credited to the committee if they worked very hard to ensure that the monies that are given to us are actually spent correctly and spent in time. Mr. President, I think it would have been also good that at this time that the Committee for Monitoring presents this report of performance, that would see also a report from CAPA. CAPA is the Committee for Audit and Public Accounts. Because if we're talking about accountability and transparencies, then I think we would have had the report of CAPA, which would have given us a balance of whether these monies were spent according to what we proposed or not. Mr. President, quickly let me go to my second point, which is about the budget, which is the Executive Committee resolutions. The Executive Committee has made resolutions to raise the budget of PAP to previous before COVID time. But up to now, we are not getting there yet. And these decisions are not only today, these decisions have been made consistently, I think, for the last 3 or 4 Executive Committee meetings. And the last one, of course, was in February. And there is an Executive Committee that is going now on in Addis. I wonder whether it is the same that our committee or members who have gone to Addis are just going to appeal again. Mr. President, I want to make 2 concrete proposals to that. One, I would like to propose that an immediate and urgent committee be made, composed of members of the Bureau, maybe led by the President of the Bureau, to immediately meet.
1 second.
Let me complete that proposal. A committee led by the President of PAP to meet the President of the African Union in order to present that the Executive Committee decisions are not being implemented as suggested. If it was PAP doing that, I think would have been punished by now. 2, that we'd use our parliamentary diplomacy, and in the next coming, which is Friday and Saturday, the Speakers Forum, that we encourage national parliaments and regional parliaments, particularly to encourage our national countries to contribute effectively to the African Union so that our budgets are maintained. Thank you, Mr. President. So I submit.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Honorable Ayman of Tunisia. You have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أشكر معالي رئيس.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair of the Finance Committee, for your reports. First and foremost, I am not okay with the way this report has been translated in Arabic. I requested for the French version. The Arabic version is the only version where there is where the translation is being done in an awkward manner, and I don't know why you so much neglected Arabic language via this translation. As a matter of fact, there are some English parts which were left untranslated in the Arabic document. Concerning the budget worth $13,000, that is the budget for the 2025 financial year, I noticed that there is a kind of reduction.
By mistake, that will be corrected, but that word may you withdraw, please, Excellency.
أنا لم أقل إهمال، أنا عبرت عن امتعاضي سيد الرئيس.
I did not talk about negligence. I was just expressing my disagreement with this situation, and disagreement doesn't mean negligence. I'll try to keep to the time allotted for my question or my intervention. Concerning the report, especially 2026 budget, which is $13 million, that of 2025, which is about $10 million. This simply implies a reduction of $2 million in the budget. Unfortunately, this was not totally executed or spent. There was a serious exceeding, and according to the budget law, if you do not spend this budget that you drafted yourself, and considering the fact that you traveled to Addis to request for this budget and now you don't spend it totally, it means there is an error in the budget evaluation. So you can't request for a budget, then you do not spend the totality of it. There is an exceeding or excess of $1 billion. $1 million rather. This should not repeat itself. You should be very careful with the way you handle budget matters. Also, I request the PAP Bureau to spend the budget in an acceptable manner. If there is someone who makes more money than parliamentarians in their countries, they should know that this is not a place where you will get wealthy. We need to work for a balanced Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable
Thank you, Honorable.
of Rwanda. Not in the chamber.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Where is the list?
Your Excellency, I'd want listening to the contribution of MPs, the distinguished MPs, and was asking myself, does the African Union have the capacity to fund the work of this parliament? Can it, matching the institutional mandate of this parliament with the institutional capacity also remains a question now. And putting into consideration that the money from the African Union come from member states, and the challenges they tell us every meeting we have, that member states' contribution have declined. Maybe MPs also should move a step ahead and require from our countries and our ministers of finance to show us whether they have honored our contribution. Because also that remains a challenge. They continue to tell this parliament that there is a problem with member contribution. Also, I wanted to propose if there can be alternative way this committee or this parliament can come up of autonomous funding models to give this vulnerability to the way this led inconsistent budget from AU, ensuring that maybe there's a year-round operational capacity. Because if there's no way of thinking of alternative funding for this parliament, I don't know, wait, and then at the end we are here lamenting and saying that the EU has not funded us, then that will leave us in this vulnerable state. So I would recommend that alternative funding would be sought in terms of investment, in terms of partnership with private sector, in terms of looking how this parliament can be autonomous. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable. Speaker will be Honorable Senator Margaret of Kenya. Professor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Report, and to commend them for giving us insights on issues. Mr. President, I have maybe 3 points only. The first one is close to what my sister from Rwanda said. The continuous decrease in the funding of PAP from the African Union, is it because the partner states reduced the funding? Because we are now almost at 50%. Although we are talking of these proportional amounts being given to operations, you cannot stop the number of interpreters. So we cannot even talk of that. We need to know, and this committee should go deeper to actually investigate whether it is the countries. Mr. President, there is going to be a meeting of speakers in a few days. These are some of the agendas you need to discuss. We are ready to discuss the budget to PAP in our national parliaments. And this is one agenda. Number two, I want to really commend them for the proposals they have given, that we need to start prioritizing activities that directly strengthen our legislative and oversight and representative mandate. Because the only way PAP will be known is when we are involved strongly in the legislative oversight and representative role. I really appreciate the fact that we were able as a Committee of Health to go for oversight in Zambia. We are received well, and we thank the minister. Zambia has a minister who is extremely focused on health. And it is very important that members of this house visit countries so that they can take best practice from one country to the other, from one region to the other. It is therefore very important that in our role as we promote the continental integration, that we deal with the issue of oversight. We must visit, we must know our border points, we must know how easy it is to cross from one border to the other, and how we can actually talk of free movement of persons. But more than anything in oversight is the implementation of national and continental commitments, including the Abuja Declaration, which touches us in health of 15%. The only way.
One second.
Yeah. The only way we can do that is to actually do oversight and question why countries sign commitments and do not implement. Mr. President, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Professor. Now the next speaker will be our former President of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Fortune Charambura. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I just add a few points about budget? Honorable members, our MPs of PAP should lobby with their parliamentary speakers, foreign affairs ministers, and ambassadors who are based in Addis. Lobby at country level, because we have a problem which is persisting since 2021. So as we talk of figures of budget, we need to know where the root cause of the problem is coming from. Our budget from 2004 to 2021 was always hovering around 1.3 million for each sitting like this one, the plenary. 1.3 million for over 18 years. Came COVID 2020. It was argued that the budget should go down, there's no money, and also because Parliament was no longer meeting physically like we are doing. It was all virtual, committees virtual, session virtual, bureau virtual. So they reduced the budget from 1.3 million to 450,000 for the main session. For the committee sittings, the budget was reduced from 800,000 to 265,000. Then COVID ended. The AU has not resuscitated the PAP budget. We are still operating on the 2021-22 COVID budget, which assumes this parliament is not meeting physically. And that's the real problem we have now. Then I want to comment on the same finance issue. I believe the issue of allowances has been mentioned in the report. Allowances for this year were approved to be paid to members of parliament and the bureau. The executive council approved. However, the HR department in Addis, finance department, and including the PRC subcommittee on issues of budget, to me, they have defied that decision by the foreign ministers. And in the end, they argue, they say legally. That's 1 minute, Mr. President. Thank you. They then argue, in the law, they have no law. The law, Article 10 of the protocol says Pan-African Parliament MPs shall be paid allowances. But up to now, we are stuck. Since February, when the Executive Council approved the allowances, there's a lot of other debates within the AU. Some people believe that PAP does not deserve these allowances. Some people believe PAP does not deserve a huge budget because they are not legislative. Some argue like that. And some confuse our committee, for example, on agriculture, with the Commission of Agriculture in Addis. We are an oversight committee of parliament. But they get confused, they say the same thing we are doing. It's duplication to have agriculture at PAP, to have a committee at PAP, which is oversighting what the AU is doing. And these are the challenges that we need to confront. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable President. The last speaker will be Honorable Mungatana. Sorry. The last second will be Honorable Esther Passaris from Kenya. The last second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support the adoption of this report and commend the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs. I will not dwell on member states' contribution at this point because it has been raised. Instead, I want to go broader. Rule 26 gives this committee the responsibility not only to examine the budgets of the Pan-African Parliament, but also to scrutinize the budgets of the African Union and make recommendations. I believe the time has come for us to exercise that mandate fully. We need a complete breakdown of the African Union budget. We need to know whether resources are being allocated in line with the mandates of our institutions. If the Pan-African Parliament is the voice of the African people, why does it continue to operate with such financial constraints? We should also ask ourselves the difficult question, why do some member states struggle to send their full delegations? Why is participation in this parliament not prioritized in national budgets? Attendance at the Pan-African Parliament should not be viewed as a discretionary expense. It is an investment in African integration, democracy, and collective future of our continent. If there are member states with genuine financial constraints, then let us explore mechanisms within the African Union to support participation, because a parliament cannot consistently achieve quorum and fully discharge its mandate without its members. When we look at the European Parliament, we see an institution that is adequately funded because Europe understands the value of the parliamentary oversight and regional integration. Africa should have the same confidence in its own parliament. Mr. President, Africa must stop operating with a mindset of scarcity. We are blessed as the world's youngest population, immense mineral wealth, agricultural resources, extraordinary human capital, and have the potential to finance our own priorities. What we need is the political arm to prioritize them. This is a new leadership. Let us take the bull by the horn. Let us not simply approve budgets, let us interrogate them. Let us ensure that every institution of the African Union is funded according to its mandate, and that this parliament is given the resources it needs to serve the people of this great continent. I support the adoption of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The last speaker will be Honorable Dancer Mandata.
Oh, thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, on page 16 of this report, the English version, the draft budget that the committee had proposed was in fact 21,691,000, and this 21.6 was the figure that we had proposed so that we can take the budget of PAP to the pre-COVID area. And you will remember that in those days, the allowances were factored into this, the insurance was factored into this, the allowances for members, diplomatic trips were factored into this to make the work of the Pan-African Parliament even more effective than there is right now. Mr. President, what we got back from the committee was 10.8 million, which was set as the ceiling that we got from African Union. So, honorable members, the committee has done what it was supposed to do, but we have the challenge of the African Union giving us a ceiling that is not incommensurate with the duties that we are supposed to execute. So, this brings us to the other question, that the president who has taken over now needs to continue the diplomatic efforts so that we can be able to get more money, like what the parliament is saying. But I wanted to request that what he has said this morning from the chair, that he has sent the chairman of the audit committee to Addis Ababa. I think that is a good move, but we need his personal involvement because the Bureau carries its own weight. We are aware as a committee that there are other smaller organizations that are getting more money than the Pan-African Parliament. And it's because there is massive lobbying that goes on in Addis. We request that the president be involved directly. Honorable members, on page 21 of 22 of the English version, there is a recommendation by the Committee on Resource Mobilization. We want to tell you that aside from the resource that we expect to get from the African Union, we have also embarked on a resource mobilization from external sources. And to this end, honorable members, towards the end of the year, there is a conference of donors that the committee is aware of, that we were informed by the head of resource mobilization. Our request is that the president and the bureau, the presidential bureau of the committee of the of Pan-African Parliament should fully support this. Mr. President, maybe
1 more minute.
Yes, should fully support this effort because this will yield us substantial resources coming from other areas. Finally, Your Excellency, we have made a recommendation on page 9 about the letter of management and audit reports to also come to the committee. The President, Robert Ngili, has said that it is important for us to have these management letters. It is important for us to know where we are. As a Committee of Finance, we have not been given this information. So we don't know, for example, whether this parliament has been given unqualified opinion, qualified opinion, or adverse opinion as far as the management of the funds of Pan-African Parliament is concerned. And this is a very strong recommendation. I hope the president will really, sit on this so that
we get to know that our money is being utilized appropriately and we are able to answer questions that are arising from audit. Because if again, we are not able to answer questions from audit, then the amount of money that comes to us will be reduced. If again, we are not able to do full budget execution, the amount of money that will come to us will be reduced. So honorable members, those will be some of the submissions. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Before I give the floor to the chairperson, I would like to listen from Kappa, if there is a Kappa chairperson around, or deputy or rapporteur. There are so many concerns which are raised. Maybe, is there anyone from Kappa? Yes, please.
Mr. President, I am 2 days old, and good enough I have my rapporteur. I was reliably informed that the vice is already with the AU meetings, so the rapporteur maybe can give us some information. Thank you very much.
Are you working with the Committee on Finance? Are you oversighting all that activities? Is this report came through you? I think that's the question. Okay, maybe the Committee on Kappa, after this session, the Bureau will expect you to come and have discussions with your committee.
Mr. President, I think the information is not ready. At appropriate time, I'll update you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson, you can come to the podium and respond. You want? Also, you can respond while you are sitting there. Please come forward.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President, for once more giving me the floor. I would like to thank my colleagues, the honorable MPs, for their interest on this very important topic. It's important to emphasize that money is the root of all evil. Without money, there is nothing that can be done. That is why I reminded my colleagues from the committee that the Budget Committee, the Budget of Monetary and Financial Affairs, according to the PAP nomenclature, has two roles. The first function is to make an oversight of statistics. The President just requested that CAPA inform us on the audit. Second function is to do a kind of policy checkup. I'm saying so because It's important that youths and women be active on the field, and they ought to be provided with the necessary funds to accompany their activities. So the role or function of our committee is to advise the president on some actions. That is why I'm not going to answer each question after question, but I'm going to give a general answer. Dear colleagues, you are right. The president of the PAP, that is the emeritus president of the PAP, just reminded us of the fact that this time around our budget is low. Why? Because the former president, who is on his way, gave his own version of facts. So he also came up with his. So the budget has been cut. And we said that now we have $10 million rather than what we used to have at the COVID period. Why do we record this cut? Some colleagues mentioned some political reasons. I think the PAP has a role to play within the AU. We are all informed about the situation. The PAP is ranked third according to the AU architecture. There is a colleague who said that who wanted to know if the Monetary and Financial Committee was given the opportunity to question the AU. Do we consider this? Did they get to this committee before cutting this budget? So what explains this cut of budget? Given that the PAP is the third most important organ or body of the AU. There are various reasons that account for this cut. Addis Ababa said that countries' budgets are being cut. Countries do no longer have the necessary means to contribute to the budget of the AU. That's why we have come up with a cut to the parliament's budget, which means that the PAP should not only be contented with the fact that they stay at mid-rand. The PAP has to go to the field, and that is why last week I took upon myself to make a proposal to the president, that he should go to the field and carry out advocacy at country level. The presidents of the various chambers who are on their way, I was opportune to be appointed. I suggest that the president of the PAP, as someone said priorly from the Kenya, member of my committee, he started by answering all your questions by saying that we need to go to the field because there is a link, a relation between the PAP and the states. Staying here is not enough. Staying here expecting support from Addis Ababa is not enough because Addis Ababa has been complaining of the fact that they are not getting enough funds. I think we need to get to the field. I think former presidents had thought of this. So let's get to the field and meet heads of states so that each year, each state should play their own role when it comes to this aspect. I think this is the best suggestion I could share with you. It's just a vision, a simple vision. So the PAP should get to the field and seek for budgets. This is going to help maybe address this budget shortage problem. We cannot always think or believe that we are very busy. No, if we do so, we will keep on having lengthy debates about this aspect. So it's very important to know that I, As a senator in Cameroon, I need to carry out advocacy at my country level. So everybody should just follow suit. If we do not do that, we will not have more visibility when we know that this is important, especially when the president wants to go on the field for negotiations. My colleague said concerning the origin of funds that we cannot stay here and expect that Addis Ababa will provide the necessary budget because there is this issue that exists. We need to look for other means to get more budgets or funds. I guess we are all aware of the signatory of the Memorandum of Understanding, which was signed, which was done last week between the PAP and a financial institution which operates in Africa. And this institution is going to help PAP seek for more funds. I equally know that some committees are already doing their best in order to seek for more funds. So, dear colleagues, just be mindful of this aspect. Let's take upon ourselves to fight against this issue whereby the budget provided to the PAP has been cut. We do not want the PAP to close its doors, but we want it to keep on playing its role. So we will take pride in the fact that many colleagues have understood this reality and that they are working in this line that is diversifying our various financial sources.
On oversight, I think my colleague, Honorable Johnson, mentioned this aspect. So we are working hand in hand with CAPA, and the audit bench needs to work as well. The next time we get the opportunity, if the audit bench doesn't provide the necessary documentation, the project is not going to be implemented. This is a drastic measure, but I think you are right, dear colleagues. We need to be convinced of the proper use of the resources which are available, and that is the duty of the Committee on Audits. They need to ensure transparency in the execution of the budget. Transparency is the duty of the audit bench. So for the next budget, we would highly recommend that the Committee on Audit does this, and we need to make sure that we have results from the Committee on Audit and the propositions from our committee. Because indeed, it's not the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs which takes the decisions. All we do are recommendations to the president, and the decision-making is by the president of the institution. So these are the financial constraints we have. Members of parliament do not have sufficient resources, and what is the reason? The former president answered this question. A political decision has been made, so let's wait to see the results. We need to continue with advocacy at Addis, but we also need to be mindful of realities on the field. At Addis Ababa as well, resources are dwindling, and we cannot have additional resources. Are we going to be catered for at the expense of others? My colleague mentioned the period during which we were working online. Sometimes some payments are not made. But when we are here in person, we need to follow with the rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament. And payments have to be made. I've been here for 2 weeks, and I believe I need to receive my allowances already. This is long due, Madam Clerk. I believe honorable members of parliament need to receive these allowances and payments. It's a general issue which has been raised in the respective committees as well, and nothing has been omitted. Also, I agree. The Malabo Protocol should serve as a starting point. The former president mentioned it as well. It is not our duty to carry out advocacy. but each and every one needs to take part in it, and the president should know how to ensure that ratification would support advocacy, which would provide hope for the institution. There is another matter which is of importance, and that is the issue of passports. Back then, each and every one of the members of parliament had passports. I received a laissez-passer, and we need to understand the difference between the laissez-passer and the passport. Why do we have this document from the Pan-African Parliament? These matters, we are tabling them before the president, and he's better placed to know who he could engage to have these documents made available. However, dear colleagues, we need to understand that it's a vital issue. We might need to come back to this matter later and ensure that we have these prerogatives, because these are part of the prerogatives which members of parliament should enjoy. So looking at health insurance issues as well, how do we make sure that these insurance policies are on once again?
Is he responding on issues raised as far as the report is concerned, or is trying to generate new debate?
Let's give him 1 more minute and he concludes. Mr. Chairperson, you have one.
C'est ça, c'est une seule minute. En réalité,
So I'm not raising new debates. I'm just trying to explain that many proposals and recommendations have been made, given that this was of interest. There's so many proposals which were submitted to us. That's the impression I had, given that this matter is of utmost interest to you all. And I am just joining my voice to yours to tell you I agree with all the proposals which have been made. I am just enumerating some of the issues which we have and that we are tabling before the president, hoping we shall get response and have solutions to move forward. We need practical answers. So I am not just trying to identify what has been highlighted by each and every one, but I believe that we have the same concerns. And we rest assured that the recommendations which have been made in the report shall be implemented and applied. I am equally delighted to know that these recommendations have been adopted. Also, going through the documents which were shared yesterday, there are more recommendations which were tabled in 2025. Monitoring is needed to ensure the implementation of these. It is therefore my wish that the Committee on Monetary and Financial Matters receives guidance from you all, that we may continue to get support from you for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable Chairperson. May we give him as a round of applause, please. Honorable members, I have taken note of your recommendations. Yes, there are many issues which are of general nature, which should be also responded by the Bureau, by Secretariat, and also by Finance. Honorable members, you asked us about the accountability and transparency of Pan-African Parliament Bureau. I assure you, this Bureau will live at your expectations. Since we joined Pan-African Parliament, I mean, since this election, service election took place, even Pan-African Parliament Bureau live along corruption and even wrongdoings. We never took our per diem. So you will not have doubt on that. We'll be so transparent and accountable. In this regard, we have also an issue related with audit findings, external audit findings, internal audit findings. That should be handled. That should be handled properly and addressed properly. Everybody should be accountable. So we have taken note. Why CAPA is not responding, why CAPA is not working, that's also an issue. We should empower them, they need to work, they need to deliver. No finance report can be tabled to the Pan-African Parliament without CAPA report, and it's not appropriate. We are talking about the budget expenditure. Budget execution is high, 90%. And what's that? Where did we spend that money? We need to know. Members should know that. Maybe it has been stolen. It doesn't matter. 100% it can be execution. But how? Where? Excellencies, we have taken note. There are so many important concerns which were tabled and raised. We will be so serious in that area. Regarding engagement with African Union Commission, His Excellency Honorable Dr. Boterik, he already contacted the African Union Commission and he has got an appointment for 19th of August. All the bureau will be at African Union. We will work with them. Yes, the budget of Pan-African Parliament was around $36 million. Now it's less than 10 million. And 73 or 80% is going only to staff. How can we operate with budgets less than $1 million? That should be a major concern of this Parliament and this Bureau. More importantly, Excellencies, and also you raised about the fundraising. Yes, this Bureau is working very seriously, and we will achieve result on that area very soon. We are inviting prominent figures, entrepreneurs. We also shared our insight, why we want them, why we need them. We are in agreement. Now we will not have problem, I hope, in near future. But Excellencies, I have taken note of, special note of intervention of Honorable Tagarepi, and we will work on that. We will work on that. We will respond accordingly. The issue of passport, I think it was raised, and it fits. It's appropriate to raise that issue. It's not about passport. It was about how, even we don't have money to send staff to deal with that business. Yes, AU operating with meetings in person, usually. So we need to send Pan-African Parliament to delegation, and Pan-African Parliament delegation to AU to work with them and finalize this issue. Pan-African Parliament, parliamentarians, we have diplomatic passports in our respective countries. When we come to that union, and I think we deserve that passport, we will work on that area also. Thank you for raising. Congratulations, Madam Safia. It's a very serious issue and the concern of all members here. We will address that issue. So in this remark, maybe the CAPA
Your Excellency.
Today, yes, Honorable.
Your Excellency, clarification. If I heard you very well, are you telling honorable members that
you don't have money to send somebody to work on this passport, or what is the lacuna?
I think, Honorable Member, we don't need to dwell on that. We don't have money to do the job. Among others, this passport issue is one of the problems which is not resolved, and it's part of the financial problem and also other problems, as you know. So, Excellencies, Kappa, today in the afternoon, if we will have time, we will communicate you. We will expect you as a presidential boardroom to meet with you and move forward. So may I ask Madam Clerk if we improved with the quorum and if we can meet the quorum now at this stage.
Honorable President, members present in the House are 103. The required number is 108.
So in this case, may I ask the Clerk of Parliament to read the next order of the day.
Honorable President, the second order of the day is presentation and debate on the report on the assessment mission on the implementation of the AFCFTA Guided Trade Initiative by the Republic of Ghana and advocacy for the ratification of the AU Protocol on Free Movement of Persons. The presenter is Honorable Senator Mohammed Nabil Mohammed Halawa, Chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Customs, Immigration Matters.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I invite Honorable Mohammed Nabil to make his presentation.
Your Excellency, the First Vice President and the Chair of this session, the Right Honorable Vice Presidents present in this session, Honorable Members of Parliament, on behalf of the Chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters, and on behalf of the entire membership of the committee, I wish to present the report. My name is not, I'm the Deputy Chairperson, and my name is Senator John Bideri from the Republic of Rwanda. So the report I'm presenting is basically a summary the summary of the assessment mission on the implementation of the AFCFTA Guided Trade Initiative by the Republic of Ghana, and advocacy for the ratification of the AU Protocol on Free Movement of Persons and engagement with the AFCFTA Secretariat. Allow me to, first of all, thank the leadership of the Republic of Ghana that ably hosted our mission and gave us all the necessary support to engage the different institutions that the mission had planned to meet. So I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Republic of Ghana for that support, and we are very grateful on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament. Allow me to give a background of the assessment mission. Within the framework of the implementation of its work plan for 2025, the Pan-African Parliament Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters undertook an assessment mission to the Republic of Ghana to assess the implementation of the AFCFTA Guided Trade Initiative, and also took the opportunity to carry out advocacy for the ratification of the African Union Protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. The Pan-African Parliament has an important role in facilitating the implementation of policies, objectives, and programs of the African Union, and oversee the effective implementation by the various organs of the African Union and member states. The African Union vision, based on the Agenda 2063 aspirations, is to have an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa led by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force on the international arena. The vision is divided into 12 flagship projects, including the Continental Free Trade Area and the free movement of persons and the African passport. These two flagship projects were signed by several heads of state and government in Kigali, Rwanda, on March 21st, 2018. Therefore, the Continental Free Trade Area offers the opportunity for ordinary African citizens to trade across borders. It also contributes to people-centered development and thus facilitates the integration of the continent. Your Excellency, allow me to present to you the objectives of this mission. The mission had 4 objectives. The first one was to assess the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area's Guided Trade Initiative by the Republic of Ghana. The second objective was to lobby the authorities of the Republic of Ghana for the ratification and implementation of the African Union Protocol to the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, and right of establishment. The third objective was to engage the AFCFTA Secretariat leadership, which is based in Accra, Ghana, on issues relating to intra-African trade and discuss on how the Pan-African Parliament can contribute to the advancement and implementation of the AFCFTA. Finally, the fourth objective was to undertake a visit to the Nwape one-stop border post, which is between the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Togo, to find out the progress being made in achieving continental integration, in particular, the status of free movement of people, goods and services into and out of Ghana. The mission was held between from 27th to 30th October 2025 in Accra, Ghana, and it was composed of 3 members of the committee, namely Honorable Rodney Clotty from Namibia, who headed the delegation, Honorable Hannah Benker from Morocco, and Honorable Jonathan Daka from Zambia. And I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank this team for a job well done. They were all supported by members of staff of the committee, Mrs. Marina Trindad and Geoffrey Onganga from the media officer, who did a wonderful job in informing us the progress on a daily basis of what was happening during the mission. Now, allow me to present you to give you some the background, an overview on the Guided Trade Initiative. The Guided Trade Initiative, which is also commonly known as GTI, was established in accordance with the decision of the 7th Ministerial Directive of the AFCFTA Council of Ministers responsible for trade, which was issued at its 7th meeting held on 10th October 2021, and subsequently endorsed by heads of state and government in February 2022. The initiative is piloted to kickstart meaningful trade among interested state parties. I want to mention here that the Guided Trade Initiative is actually a pilot project to be able to see whether the fully implementation of trade within the continent will be able to succeed. And therefore, the interested parties were selected on the basis that, one, that each of the countries that were going to undertake this guided trade initiative should have met the minimum requirements for commencing trade under the agreement. And two, it was also intended to test the readiness of the private sector. And three, it was intended to finally test the operational, institutional, legal, and trade policy environment under the AFCFTA. So the GTI, or the Guided Trade Initiative, was officially launched on October 7th, 2022, starting with countries that had met the criteria mentioned above. The three main objectives of the Guided Trade Initiative are notably, one, to allow commercially meaningful trading under the AFCFTA; two, to test the operational, institutional, legal, and trade policy environment under the AFCFTA; and three, to send an important positive message to African economic operators that the continent is ready to begin trading. In accordance with Article 3, bracket G of the AFCFTA Agreement on the General Objectives, the agreement seeks to promote the industrial development through diversification and regional value chain development, agricultural development, and food security. The choice of products for the GTI reflected the desire to meet this target and roll out the protocol on trade in goods in a manner that allows for coordination, identification of challenges, and benchmarking on best practices from other state parties involved in the GTI. A total of 39 state parties participated in the GTI up to 2024, and at least 96 products were traded under the GTI, and the initiative had come to an end in 2024. During the mission, the members of the committee had an opportunity to pay courtesy calls to different institutions within the Republic of Ghana, including Parliament, the executive, and the business community, with the aim of having a detailed discussion on the objectives of the mission. Allow me to highlight a few of them. The mission had an opportunity, first of all, to visit the Parliament of Ghana, which was actually coordinating and supported the mission activities within the Republic of Ghana. And at this juncture, I would like to thank the Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, through the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, for really taking the initiative to facilitate this mission, and all that I'm presenting here today is courtesy of that support. The mission then later on went to visit the Minister of Trade for Agribusiness and Industry of the Republic of Ghana. The mission had the opportunity to meet the minister, and the minister emphasized that the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement has the potential to be a game changer for Africa's industrialization. The minister also further highlighted that the industrialization and trade potential of the AFCFTA will not be realized without adequate quality infrastructure systems, such as meteorology, standardization, accreditation, quality management, and conformity assessment mechanisms. She further emphasized that her country is committed in strengthening Ghana's trade and industrial sectors, promoting agribusiness, and driving economic transformation through strategic policies. She further affirmed that the Republic of Ghana is committed to making trade with other countries seamlessly, and it is the responsibility of the country, the country takes seriously as the host of the AFCFTA Secretariat. The mission further had an opportunity to meet the Ghana Union of Traders Association, and they engaged in a discussion with the leadership of this union. And during the discussions, the Ghana Union of Traders Association called for greater engagement with stakeholders directly involved in trade to better address barriers and inefficiencies within the sub-regional trade agreements that hinder the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area. They also emphasized the need to have more consultations to ensure that trade agreements are beneficial for local businesses. The trade union raised several concerns and recommendations around stakeholders' engagement, competitiveness, cost of credit, barriers to trade, challenges of the retail sector, free movement of goods, services, and people, infrastructure, and on standardization, which will certainly inform some of the recommendations that we'll be presenting to the plenary. Again, the mission had the opportunity to meet the Minister for Interior. The Pan-African Parliament were able to meet Honorable Muntaka Mohamed Mubarak, who was also a very prominent member of this Pan-African Parliament. And he reaffirmed his commitment to the ideals of Pan-Africanism, and he pledged his support for the ongoing mission of members of the Continental Parliament, emphasizing the importance of collaboration. The discussion with the minister highlighted Ghana's pioneering role in free trade and explored strategies to bolster inter-African trade, promote peaceful coexistence, and enhance regional integration. However, the minister highlighted critical challenges hindering implementation of the protocol, which includes security concerns, technology gaps, and capacity constraints. He also addressed the security implications of Ghana's free movement policies, noting that a more cautious and phased approach has been adopted in their implementation as a vital aspect of African integration. Later on, the committee was able to meet, of course, there was a meeting with the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of the Republic of Ghana, who also really gave, affirmed the commitment of the Republic of Ghana for the full integration of the African continent. Later on, the mission was also able to meet the Committee on Trade of the Parliament of Ghana. And in their meeting, the Committee on Trade outlined the country's key milestones since the launch of the AfCFTA, GTI. The committee underscored that the Guided Trade Initiative launched in 2022 signified the start of real trading under the AfCFTA, with Ghana among the pioneer participants. Since joining in October 2022, the committee informed our mission that 63 Ghanaian small and medium enterprises have exported to Kenya, and 51 other SMEs to other African countries, supported by the Ghana Export Promotion Authority through logistics, facilitation, access initiatives, and products aggregation centers. The committee, however, stressed the urgent need for harmonized standards, mutual recognition of certifications, customs cooperation, and simplified border procedures to enhance the free movement of goods and people across Africa. The committee further shared the experience, Ghana's experience, where Food and Drugs Authority approved products still require reapproval in partner countries, was cited as an example of the regulatory bottlenecks that must be addressed. Finally, during the visit, the mission was also able to visit the family of the late former president of Ghana, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings, following the passing of the former First Lady Nana Konadu Agyemang Rawlings on 23rd October 2025. And on behalf of His Excellency Chief Olutina Charumbira, former president of the Pan-African Parliament, the committee commiserated with the family. Later on, again, the committee was able to visit the AfCFTA Secretariat because it was part of the objective. The delegation held a working session with the AfCFTA Secretariat based in Accra, Ghana, and to discuss the progress and upcoming phases of the AfCFTA implementation, as well as on the organization of Parliamentary Continental Conference for regional business leaders on how to leverage the opportunities and deal with the challenges within the AfCFTA. During the working session, members of Parliament received updates from senior management of the AfCFTA Secretariat on various actions taken to establish a liberalized market for goods and services through negotiation. And during the discussion, the AfCFTA Secretariat requested the Pan-African Parliament to urge members of the national parliaments to advocate for the ratification of essential protocols of the AFCFTA agreement. They also urged members, they also called on member states to ensure adequate allocation of financial resources to effectively implement the different protocols of the AFCFTA agreement. Finally, the tour was made to Denwope Akanu one-stop border post on the Ghana-Togo border. Allow me to explain to you what the one-stop border post concept means. The one-stop border post is a border management model that promotes a coordinated and integrated approach to facilitate trade, movement of people, and improving security. The OSPB helps to reduce border crossing dwell times and to reduce logistic costs. The concept of OSPB has been applied across Africa for more than a decade and is embedded within an integrated border management approach. More than 80 one-stop border posts have been planned and or are implemented in various parts of Africa as a means of reducing the time and costs of delays at border crossings along the major corridors. So the OSPBs are not only a key tool of border management, but also promote the progressive stages of regional integration of various regional economic communities. They facilitate fast, free movement of goods, persons, and services, which is the last stage of integration within the establishment of a common market across the continent. Beyond that concept, the mission was able to do a physical visit to the one-stop border post, and I would like to state here that they were impressed with the progress made so far, but they were also able to identify certain challenges that they were explained to by the leadership of the border post. Your Excellency, the Vice President and the Chair of this session, the First Vice President and the Chair of this session, allow me to express our view on how far the Republic of Ghana has been able to implement the guided trade initiative. The mission's assessment of the Republic of Ghana's readiness to implement the AFCFTA, measured by the progress achieved in the implementation of the guided trade initiative, the delegation was satisfied with Ghana's effective participation in the pilot phase of the AFCFTA guided trade initiative. Therefore, the Republic of Ghana is fully prepared for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area in the view of the following actions that have been undertaken to date. Namely, all AFCFTA instruments are in place, such as the protocol, rules of origin, tariff book, these are e-tariff books, manuals, among others. 2, since October 2022, 63 Ghanaian small and medium enterprises have exported to Kenya, as mentioned earlier, and 51 other SMEs to various African countries, and supported by the Ghana Export Promotion Authority through logistics, facilitation, access initiatives, and product aggregation centers. 3 tremendous efforts are ongoing to strengthen public-private sector partnerships, build capacity for local enterprises, and provide financial and technical support for SMEs to meet AFCFTA standards. The country's political stability, conducive business environment, and improved trade infrastructure was noted as a foundation for sustainable trade. Finally, Ghana's trade and industrial sectors are strengthened, promoting agribusiness and driving economic transformation through strategic policies. However, in spite of the above, challenges were also noted in the implementation of the AFCFTA and FTA, namely the existence of regulatory bottlenecks such as Food and Drugs Authority, in which approved products still require approval in partner countries, the countries of destination. So this came out as a very key bottleneck. 2, there is lack of greater engagement with stakeholders directly involved in trade to better address barriers and inefficiencies within sub-regional trade agreements. Three, several barriers threaten Ghana's competitiveness, including lack of clear policy direction from the African Union, as well as full implementation by Ghanaian authorities of existing laws that protect local traders while enhancing regional trade. And finally, on competitiveness, there was an observation of competitiveness challenges as a result of high tariffs that undermine Ghanaian traders' ability to compete with counterparts from other African nations under AFCFTA. Allow me, Your Excellency, the first Vice President and the Chair of this session, Honorable Vice Presidents, Members of Parliament, to present to you the recommendations of this mission. Now, based on the above information gathered from the visit made to the Republic of Ghana, and taking into consideration the challenges faced by the Republic, the progress made and challenges faced by the Republic of Ghana, and the conclusions of the mission, of the assessment mission, the members of the delegation formulated and wish to present the following specific and general recommendation for consideration by the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament. Recommendations on the implementation of the AFCFTA. With regards to the implementation of the Guided Trade Initiative in Ghana, the PAP mission hereby recommends as follows. The African Union, through the AFCFTA Secretariat, should undertake deeper consultations with Ghanaian traders, not just government technocrats, to fully grasp the challenges of hindering AFCFTA's success. 2, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, should review challenges within the sub-region to identify and resolve issues impeding free continental trade. 3, the government of Ghana is urged to pass strict enforcements of retail laws to protect indigenous businesses. 4, the government of Ghana and the government of Togo should equip the Nwape Akanu one-stop border post to facilitate effective and efficient functioning of the OSPB. 5, the AFCFTA Secretariat should identify priority products and value chains for harmonization of standards across Africa, which is an essential step towards unlocking the full trade and industrialization potential of AFCFTA. 6, the AFCFTA Secretariat should work with AU member states for harmonized standards within the member states, mutual recognition of certifications, customs cooperation, and simplified border procedures to enhance the free movement of goods, services, and people across Africa. The Pan-African Parliament should create a country-by-country AFCFTA implementation tracker covering ratifications, tariff schedules, rules of origin, certificates of origin, GTI, guided trade, AFCFTA trade, NTBs, border readiness, and free movement protocol status. The Pan-African Parliament should convene a continental conference for African Chambers of Commerce and Business Association in coordination with the AFCFTA Secretariat. The Pan-African Parliament should advocate for the ratification of essential protocols of the AFCFTA agreement. AU member states should place women, youth, informal traders, and SMEs at the center of AFCFTA awareness and border reform. The Pan-African Parliament should hold public or hybrid hearings with traders, transporters, customs, immigration, standards bodies, labor migration experts, and civil society on AFCFTA benefits. AU member states should invest in standards, certification, accreditation, and mutual recognition systems. Recommendations specific to infrastructure development in Africa. The committee recommends that the African Union, through its member states, should prioritize and implement infrastructure projects and promote the modernization of ports, roads, and railways to facilitate movement of goods and increase connectivity with landlocked countries across the continent. AU member states should urgently redress inadequate infrastructure across the continent, which hampers the operationalization of the AFCFTA. Recommendations specific to the ratification and domestication of the AU Protocol on Free Movement of Persons. The Republic of Ghana should advance the ratification and domestication of the AU Protocol on Free Movement of Persons. The Pan-African Parliament should cascade advocacy on the Free Movement Protocol and the model law on labor migration to national and regional parliaments. AU member states should use the Pan-African Parliament model law on labor migration as a legislative guide for safe and rights-based labor mobility. Recommendations specific to the operationalization of the one-stop border posts, or SBPs, the Pan-African Parliament should develop a model framework or model law on OSPBs, digitalization and border trade facilitation. AU member states should strengthen OCPBs through digital systems, reliable utilities, data sharing, staffing, and user-friendly services. On general recommendations, from a general perspective, the members of the committee recommend the following: that the Pan-African Parliament should play a key role in facilitating the adoption of AU policies, objectives, and programs, and in overseeing the effective implementation by AU organs and member states. The Pan-African Parliament should continue advancing legislative frameworks that promote intra-African trade, industrialization, and economic integration under the AfCFTA regime, which support the aspirations of the African Union Agenda 2063. The African Union should ensure that trade and immigration policies support sustainable development across the continent, as there is a crucial link between trade and free movement. In conclusion, Your Excellency, the First Vice President and the Chair of the session, the Right Honorable Vice Presidents, Honorable Members of Parliament, I want to conclude by thanking the leadership of the Pan-African Parliament for the support and providing the necessary resources to carry out this mission. The committee further calls on the Pan-African Parliament leadership to support the committee to carry out specific activities identified in the recommendations, if adopted, towards the realization of full integration of the people of this continent. I therefore end by calling on the plenary honorable members to support our report and adopt the recommendation as presented by the committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, for presenting the report to the plenary. I would now like to open the floor to debates by members, and I would kindly urge members to stick within the 3-minute time apportioned. The first honorable member to speak to the issue on the debate is Honorable Massamba Dieng from Senegal. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Madam President, thank you. Dear colleagues, honorable MPs, let me begin by congratulating the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters who carried out this mission to Ghana. It's very encouraging to see that today countries like Ghana have made significant progress in the implementation of the trade initiatives guided by the AfCFTA. This demonstrates that African integration is taking place. Concrete results can be arrived at if there is strong political will. To have a market of almost 1.25 million inhabitants, this means that we can make significant progress if we develop regional value chains and build this will lead to building a resilient economy on the continent, which is competitive and creates employment, in particular for women and youth on our continent. The challenges, however, of the AfCFTA remain inadequate infrastructure, NTBs, poor industrialization, and the slowness of legislative frameworks being implemented. The Pan-African Parliament makes recommendations in order to meet the challenges that hinder acceleration of economic development on the continent. The need or rather the success of the AFCFTA is not going to be complete if we are unable to effectively implement the Free Movement Protocol. This is an innovation that must be supported by mechanisms and must ensure that free movement is arrived at, but this needs to ensure, we need to ensure security on the continent and the respect of the rights of our continents. We need to be committed so that the AFCFTA is the main lever for regional integration and sovereignty on the African continent. With that, I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now call Honourable Innocent Sabi from Benin. You have the floor, please.
Madam President, thank you. Let me express my gratitude to the committee that has carried out an excellent piece of work and commend those who traveled to Ghana for this mission. Ghana is an example to us all. We need to know what is the current situation as far as the implementation of the AFCFTA in Ghana. There are positive aspects we can learn from Ghana on this. The members of the committee have shared this with us through this report. Ghana has already implemented free movement of goods and people on the continent. Now, what remains today is to implement this free movement protocol. The objective that we aim at is not only to have free movement of goods, we must also have free movement of persons. So we need to agree on how to ensure free movement of goods as well as persons. And it's this which will help us to address many of our current problems. Firstly, if we look at the current situation in many of our countries, 70 to 80% of informal trade is carried out by women. Now, with the AFCFTA, women may be spending even less in carrying out their trade. There's a problem of information as well as a problem of training, which is at play. And secondly, our youth require opportunities. They don't just need visas, but they need opportunities. More than 60% of the African population is under 25 years. Now, with the AFCFTA, this is an incredible opportunity. We need to tell our youth that the future is here in Africa and not elsewhere. So given all of this, we would like to invite the Pan-African Parliament to not only commend Ghana for the efforts that they have made, but as far as implementing the Free Movement Protocol, but also to invite them through the Pan-African Parliament to share their experience so that other countries can benefit from their experience. We also request the Pan-African Parliament to encourage other member states who have not yet ratified the AFCFTA to do this as soon as possible so that the implementation of the Free Movement Protocol becomes a reality on our continent, which will enable not only our women and not only our SMEs and not only our youth.
Member. Honourable Alpheus Nasib from Namibia. You have the floor, Your Honourable.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for granting me the floor. The report before us that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is steadily moving from aspiration to practical implementation. As one of the African Union's flagship projects and Agenda 2063, it offers a practical implementation as one pathway towards expanding intra-African trade, strengthen regional value chains, promoting industrialization and attracting investment and creating sustainable employment opportunities across our continent. The experience of Ghana, as highlighted in the report, is encouraging as one of the pioneer participants in the Guided Trade Initiative. Ghana has demonstrated that with political commitment, effective institutions and support for small and medium-sized enterprises, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement can create real opportunities for businesses to access new markets and contribute to the economic transformation. The growing participation of member states in this agreement trading is further evidence that Africa is increasingly ready to trade with itself. At the same time, the report rightly identifies challenges that continue to hinder the full realization of the agreement: delays in tariff relaxation, inadequate transport and logistic infrastructure, non-tariff barriers, and fragmented regulatory systems remain obstacles to seamless intra-Africa trade. I therefore welcome the committee's recommendation calling for harmonized standards, mutual recognition of certifications, strengthened customs cooperation, and simplified border procedures to facilitate the free movement of goods and people across our continent. I also welcome the continued advocacy for the ratification of the AU Protocol on free movement of persons, recognizing that trade and the movement of people are complementary pillars of regional integration and sustainable development. Madam Chairperson, as parliamentarians, our responsibility extends beyond adopting continental instruments. We must exercise effective oversight, strengthen legislative frameworks that advance intra-Africa trade and economic integration, and ensure that the commitments made under this agreement are translated into tangible benefits for our citizens, particularly.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam President. The African merchandise trade, according to the Africa Exim Export Bank and the African Continental Free Trade Area statistics, show that Africa is trading at a value of 1.5 trillion per annum. Of this 1.5 trillion, honorable members, only 15% is traded within Africa. 85% is between the continent of Africa and the rest of the world. So this initiative for having Africans trade within themselves is a great initiative, and we must support it. Madam President, Kenya on the 5th of October 2022 sent a consignment of batteries that were manufactured within Kenya together with tea so that they can be traded in Ghana. Madam President, it took 70 days to reach Ghana. And Madam President, although the customs officials solved the problems of certificate of origin, still there were challenges that the traders who did that transaction faced, which are non-tariff barriers. Madam President, Africa needs to improve its infrastructure for trade to thrive. Just like the way the report has recommended, we need to work on our infrastructure. We need to work on Africa's systems so that we are able to merge the computers, the systems for raising taxes, systems for issuing exports, import permits, and all that. So I fully support what the report has said. And we as Kenya, we look forward to continuing to participate in a program such as this. In fact, as it was said in the report, Ghana has brought many things to Kenya, and we even have an office at Mombasa Road of what they are doing. The work continues, the challenges continue, but we must not give up, and I thank the chair for this report, and we continue to support this so that we can bridge the gap of trade between African countries. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now call Honorable Bertin Kwadjo from Côte d'Ivoire. You have the floor, Honorable.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, please permit me to say that launched in March 2028 in Kigali, Ivory Coast or Côte d'Ivoire has ratified the status of AFCFTA in October 2028 of the same year. So Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire are neighboring countries, and as you know, you might know the type of relationships that we do have. And in April 2025, we had 3 ministers which participated to the Council of Ministers of ECOWAS, which is the Economic and Monetary Community of West Africa, and which they presented to the government an ordinance program for the cancelling of custom duties of all non-essential products. That is, products which are not complicated like medicine, but all products which might not complicate the situation when it comes to transaction. This includes dresses, shoes, and so on. This is to say that the report presented is detailed enough, but they haven't mentioned the significant progress that we have at the level of ECOWAS. Because between Ghana and Ivory Coast and between the boundary, between both countries, circulation is free. People cross as people and goods cross both borders at will. So with that, permit me to commend the team which carried out the mission, and to say that just like how the ECOWAS did, other regions should do so that the entire Africa should be covered. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Abdallah Barkat of Djibouti. You have the floor, Honorable.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. The protocol of AFCFTA is an important African instrument, and as a proof, it has been ratified by 89 countries, by 89% of countries of Africa. This protocol related to free movement and to the continental free trade area. But keep in mind that this protocol for free movement of people and AFCFTA are related, because we can't do trade without free movement of persons. But we equally know that 3/3 of African citizens need visas to move within their own continent. So one of the reasons for the non-entry into force of the protocol for the free movement of persons, it's due to the ratification of only 4 countries rather than 15, because a number of 15 countries is required for the ratification for this protocol to get into force, and only 4 countries have ratified it. And since 2019, there hasn't been any other ratification. In order to summarize this contradiction, to solve these contradictions or this issue, members of the Pan-African Parliament should carry out an advocacy or plea in order to attain at least 15 ratification of the protocol for the free movement of persons for its implementation. And this is going to enable the good implementation of our AFCFTA. Thank you very much.
We have Ms. Honorable Poprai Togarabi of Zimbabwe. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam President. I'm also persuaded to come on board to debate this report by our esteemed committee that went to Ghana. I want to congratulate them for doing a good job, and to congratulate Ghana for coming up with one-stop shop, which stop border post that is going to assist trade between Ghana and its neighbors. The issue that persuaded me to stand up here is one, we need to go back to the founding principles and objectives of AU. It was to unite our countries, to remove these borders which were never ours. They came from somewhere else. And for Africa to grow economically, politically, and socially, it needs to be united. One fundamental factor that has made Europe, India, the Chinese to grow is because of their populations. If we trade among ourselves, if we allow our people to move freely across our countries, we will see Africa developing. Today, we seek to join many other international bodies. There's nothing bad with us joining BRICS, G20, and many others. But the business of development is here in Africa. We have the resources, we have everything that we want to develop. And I would want us to urge our political leaders in all African countries to understand where Kwame Nkrumah came from when he advocated for the unity of Africa. He wanted us to be self-sufficient, to do our business, not only as African countries. We can trade with anyone across the world, but as Africans. That unity will see Africa growing economically. So I think it is very important that we encourage our countries to ratify this protocol. And once we have done that, we will leave posterity with something to hold on and end up developing even better than other countries because we have all what we want here in Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Alimatu Badar from Benin. You have the floor, Honorable.
Merci, Madame la... Thank you, Madam Vice President. Honorable MPs, from the onset, I'd like to commend the work of the committee and efforts made by Ghana. I equally want to hail the progress achieved when it comes to the implementation of the AF-CEFTA, which represents one of the most ambitious projects of our African organization. AF-CEFTA is a historic opportunity. It's going to enable to strengthen trade between African countries, stimulate industrializations and create employment, attract employment and reduce our independence vis-a-vis external markets. It's a powerful lever to accelerate the economic integration of our continent and concretize the vision of a prosperous and united Africa. But this ambition cannot be attained without a full participation of women. Women are a strong part of our industry. They are found in the small, medium-sized industries, cross-border commerce, and handicrafts, but they are always faced with many problems and access to infrastructure, training, and have difficulties of accessing our boundaries. I equally hail the adoption of the CEFTA protocol on women, youth in trade, and this makes trade to be more inclusive and offers women perspective to develop their companies, create wealth, and participate further to the economic transformation of Africa. Our responsibility is to work for these effective implementations. We have the responsibility to sensitize other countries which are yet to sign it to do so, and for us is to work hard at the level of Pan-African Parliament to ensure for its implementation, because there are many agreements that we sign in Africa, and once we go cross our borders. We still have many custom checkpoints which impede cross-border trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Abderrahim Hamid from Chad. Honorable, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As we all know, AFCEFTA entered into force since 30 May 2019 and became operational since 2021. So we agree with the report of the committee, and we equally commend Ghana, which took the front seat. So now at the level of Central Africa, unfortunately, I should tell you that there are many obstacles, structural and operational obstacles, and security issues which have negatively impacted the implementation. But at the level of Chad, we have animal rearing. We are #1 in Africa, but unfortunately, Africa actually imports food from out of the continent. And this food has been stocked in refrigerators for many years. So we are urging you to move towards Central Africa, encourage Central Africa to move forward and to do like West Africa and North Africa, or West Africa. This is going to give us, if we actually work hard, it's going to give us a market of 1.3 billion people, and with a cumulative GDP of 3.4 billion. So as parliamentarians, we should be united and request from the others who are well developed to give us the elements which is going to enable us to actually work for the realization of this success in our country. So that's what I say. And once again, thank you and congratulations for Ghana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Next, we have Honorable Gladys Tusu from Benin. You have the floor, Honorable.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam President. I equally want to commend the committee for the good work done, which highlights the experience of Ghana, which actually informs us on the AFCFTA for Africa. But as my colleague from Djibouti said, we cannot talk about free trade without talking about the free movement of persons. So he equally highlighted the issue of boundaries in Africa, where we need visas to move across borders. I would like to share the experience of Benin, which since 2020 has opened its doors or boundaries to 54 countries of Africa, so you can come to Benin without any visa. So I believe that it's important that we should actually lay emphasis on these issues. Equally, the circulation of goods and people, at times, it's subject to police and administrative and custom bottlenecks within Benin and along the corridor. We should try to work so that all these bottlenecks should be scrapped. And in Benin, you are going to notice that if you get there, I just wanted to say this type of things to say that between African countries, we should share experience as we did for Ghana, and I equally read for Tanzania that it's going to be possible to share our experience so that in Africa we should really feel at home, and we should not be facing many issues or hurdles. So in this light, I would like to, the report even highlighted this, I would like to say that infrastructure, be it at the level of the ports, roads, and at the level of the different corridors, this infrastructure are still a challenge for our continent. So the Pan-African Parliament should actually make an effort or lay or make pressure on the government so that infrastructure, the trade infrastructure should be achieved in the continent. So this is going to render the effective implementation of this space is going to make it easy. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam President.
Very much, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Suwaibu Toure from Gambia. You have the floor.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, we have to thank the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration for this wonderful trip that they have done on our behalf. Honorable Madam, we are told that the AU frameworks are as good as member states are ready to implement them. To lobby authorities of the country, Ghana, for the ratification and implementation of the AU Protocol on Free Movement of Persons, etc., is a very good initiative. We must applaud that. Our countries must be ready to implement the protocols. It must be a norm rather than the rule. Everyone talks good of AfCETA as a game changer for Africa. But it's difficult to understand why this very important protocol is implemented hesitatingly. The restrictive laws our countries earlier put in place, Madam President, must be revoked first before AfCETA protocol can be properly implemented. All other AU protocols on free movement of persons should be revoked, should be ratified. I would have expected that the Secretariat in Ghana would be able to inform the committee of the progress made so far in the regions, what challenges they experience. Honorable President, this is one of the best protocols ever agreed by Africa because it has a tendency of encouraging science and technology, agriculture, trade and commerce, and manufacturing. So this must not be delayed, and this committee must be empowered to continue this very good work they have started to ensure that they visit every country in Africa and encourage them to take up this. Our dream of an integrated Africa, Madam President, will never be realized without the implementation of this protocol. So bravo to the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters for a wonderful trip that they have done on our behalf. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Happy Mochidziva from Zimbabwe. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to commend the committee for this timely and insightful report and to congratulate the Republic of Ghana for its commendable leadership in advancing the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Guided Trade Initiative. Ghana's progress demonstrates that the vision of African economic integration is not beyond our reach. The AfTag is more than a trade agreement. It is a cornerstone of Agenda 2063 and a practical pathway towards an integrated, prosperous, and self-reliant Africa. Its success will depend on our collective resolve to remove non-tariff barriers, modernize border infrastructure, strengthen regional value chains, and create an enabling environment for African business to thrive. I wish to acknowledge the positive strides being made by the Republic of Zimbabwe under the leadership of His Excellency, President Dr. Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa. The Zimbabwe's Open for Business policy is sought to attract investment, improve the ease of doing business, promote value addition, and position Zimbabwe as an active participant in regional and continental trade. Madam President, as we pursue a single African market, let us remain faithful to the ideals of one Africa. We cannot speak of free trade and continental integration while xenophobia and discrimination continue to divide our people. Every African should feel safe, respected, and welcome anywhere in our continent. Xenophobia weakens our unity and undermines the foundation of AfTag. As parliamentarians, we must champion policies that promote unity, protect the rights of all Africans, and ensure that benefits of continental integration reach every citizen. Madam President, let us move beyond declarations to implementation, beyond borders to brotherhood, beyond national interest to the shared prosperity of one united Africa. That is the Africa envisaged by our founding fathers and the Africa we must build for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. We now have Honorable Mamelo Puko from Lesotho. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable President. I fully support the report and I thank the committee for presenting such a challenging report. African Continental Free Trade Area is to create one integrated African market for goods and services, it allowing African countries to trade more easily with one another and to create jobs, stimulate industrialization and reduce poverty among Africans. It is also very critical to health sovereignty as it can successfully support local production of both African and modern medicine and vaccines, easier movement of medical suppliers across all borders, regional pharmaceutical manufacturers that are well above standards, and harmonization of regulations on standards and manufacturing of all health products and food commodities. More resilient supply chains during health emergencies and pandemics. Since 2018 to now, it has gone from adoption to launching a guided trade initiative, which is a very good move. It must be measured not only by number of agreements signed, by opportunities it creates for African people. When African business trade seamlessly across borders, when youth finds meaningful jobs in African industries, when we are manufacturing more of what we consume, all this is the need for serious political will for investment in the infrastructure so that transportation will be easy. Thank you.
Honourable member, thank you so much. Our next speaker is Honourable Senator Margaret Kama of Kenya. You have the floor, Honourable.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support the report that has been given and to allow the leadership of Ghana in the way they have embraced cross-border movements of goods, despite the fact that they have very many borders with very many countries. I also want to support the recommendation from the committee that it's actually this parliament that should play a key role in facilitating the adoption of the AU policies, objectives, programs, and also in monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the past agreements, because we are not short of agreements in this continent. Our presidents have agreed in so many things. They have signed, and the problem has been implementation. Madam President, I want to encourage the new bureau that when they come to the conference with the speakers of our parliaments, we cannot work as PAP alone, we must work with the national parliaments, that we should encourage them to actually look at those agreements that have not been ratified and that they should take the leadership. We need champions. The way we have presidents as champions of specific areas, we also need out of the speakers who come for the speakers conference, we need champions in areas, especially in areas of ratification, because it is not for nothing that we reach the stage of making declarations. So, Madam President, I think this report has given us very nice details of where we should go. Ours is now to act. Thank you, I support.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now grant the floor to Honourable Roger Nkodo from Cameroon. He's not here. Okay, thank you. I will ask Honourable Jennifer Wibabara from Rwanda. You have the floor, Honorable. Okay, I think she left as well. Okay. Honorable Esther Passaris from Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to congratulate you on presiding over this sitting to commend the Republic of Ghana for its leadership in advancing AfCFTA guided trade initiative. Ghana has demonstrated that with political will and coordinated implementation, continental integration can move from aspirations to action. The question before us now is, how do we replicate Ghana's success across Africa? Trade is not only about moving goods. People move goods, entrepreneurs, investors, and traders move goods. That is why the protocol on the free movement of persons is essential to the success of AfCFTA. We cannot speak of free trade while making it difficult for Africans to travel, invest, and do business across our continent. Tomorrow, this Parliament will debate on xenophobia. I believe the two issues are inseparable. Trade thrives where there is trust. If Africans do not feel welcome in fellow African countries, we undermine the very integration we seek to build. Let us accelerate visa waivers and create an Africa where every African feels at home anywhere in the continent. Madam President, Africa must also begin to appreciate the strengths of each of its nations. The late Raila Odinga once spoke about clustering our economies. That vision deserves serious consideration. Not every country has to produce everything. Let each nation build on its comparative advantage while creating regional value chains to benefit us all. As we trade within Africa, we strengthen one another. As we trade with the rest of the world, let us not undercut one another. Let us negotiate from a position of African unity so that the value of our products, our resources, our industries benefit the entire continent. The success of AfCFTA will not be measured by the agreements we sign, but by the opportunities we create for women, youth, persons with disability, small-scale traders, and entrepreneurs. No African should be left behind in our journey towards economic integration. Let Ghana's example inspire us to move from commitment to implementation, from fragmentation to partnerships, and from competition among ourselves to a shared prosperity for Africa. I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I now invite Honourable Rodney Cloete from Namibia. The floor is yours.
Honourable Vice President, honourable members, what I took from the visit and the report is that Ghana has shown that trading under the AfCFTA is possible. The necessary rules have been introduced. Ghanaian businesses have exported to other African countries, vice versa as well. And the border arrangements with Togo have reduced some of the time spent clearing goods. This is important progress. But the report also shows us what the experience looks like from the position of an ordinary trader. A small business may receive approval for its products in Ghana and then be asked to complete the same process in another country. It may qualify to trade under the AfCFTA, but still struggle to obtain affordable credit. It may have a customer waiting across the border, while delays and administrative costs make the transaction unprofitable. A large company may have the money and staff to manage these difficulties, but a small business often does not. This is why I support the proposed country-by-country implementation tracker. However, we should use it to measure what traders actually experience. How long does it take to clear goods at the border? How much does certification cost? How quickly is the reported trader barrier resolved? And are small businesses returning to trade a second and third time? These questions will tell us whether the agreement is working beyond the official documents. Ghana has helped to demonstrate that the system can work. Our responsibility is now to make it easier for ordinary Africans, businesses to use that system without requiring special assistance every time they trade. That is the practical value I saw in this report and visit, and I support its adoption. I still thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now have Honourable Mahmoud Dahar from Djibouti. The floor is yours.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President, honorable bureau members, dear colleagues, I would like to start by congratulating the Vice Chair of this committee, as well as his two colleagues, for the excellent nature of the work they just provided. The mission carried out in Ghana shows the strides which have been recorded so far, especially when it comes to the trade initiative of ZLECAf. This is a source of inspiration, actually, for the other member countries, and this shows that the political will associated to adapted reforms can accelerate the economic integration of our continent. However, the success of AfCFTA can only be possible if we uplift barriers to Africans' free movement. Dear colleagues, you agree with me that the free movement of people is an essential backbone to the stimulation of intra-African trade, as well as the creation of jobs. Also, I would like to strengthen the commitment. I would like that we strengthen the commitment between the PAP and the ZLECAf AfCFTA Secretariat. If we keep on working like this, we are going to achieve our goals, and we are equally going to help in the harmonization of certain laws. As member of the Pan-African Parliament, we should support this dynamism of raising awareness amongst our dear colleagues, especially on the availability of certain laws that can help achieve free movement. The integration of Africa is very important if we want to provide jobs to our youths and a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We now have Honourable Suleiman Sow. You have the floor from the Gambia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I also want to join my colleague to participate in this debate. I will start with the quotation made by Nkrumah, the former president of Ghana. Political independence is meaningless unless it links up with economic liberation or economic independence. Honorable members, from the debate and the report, we all speak in the same issues, we all saw the same challenges, and we all believe that we have solutions to these problems. What is now the problem now? Let's move from talks to actions now. Africa has suffered too long. And if you look at the report, you look at the main challenges, we don't have political commitment from our heads of government or head of states. My country, Gambia, ratified, signed in 21st March 2018 and ratified on the 16th of April 2019 and is a state party to AfCFTA. Now, what is the problem now is the implementation. Countries that do not sign must sign. Countries that sign must obey and make sure that the implementation costs. We cannot claim to be independent, we cannot claim to become families when we cannot access each other, when there are barriers in the market, when our agricultural products cannot reach to the other end. Then who are we? We still depend on foreign donors to support us when we cannot communicate and build trust among ourselves. Imagine we said we are independent. We don't accept each other in our own continent. We see aggression every day, a country living or using his military instrument to go and ask farmers to leave their farmland. That land belongs to them. 21st century happening in Africa. We killing Africans, we destroyed their business. We said we are serious. Recommendation, Your Excellency. Heads of governments, heads of states must be summoned here. We discuss this free movement. If they are not willing, let's call it off. We cannot have these beautiful documents in place. We ratify and we cannot implement it. 1 second. Okay, yes. So what I'm saying is this era is the era of action. We talk, our predecessors in this parliament here made beautiful speeches, beautiful contributions. but we need action now. Once there is no action, let's all resign. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable President. Distinguished members of the Bureau, I would like to hail you all. Thank you so much, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity of expressing the voice of Congo-Brazzaville, which is located in Central Africa and which actually follow the path of Ghana, as our brilliant speaker told us, the chair of the Trade, Customs and Migration Committee this morning. As a matter of fact, Congo-Brazzaville, my lovely country, followed the guidelines of Africa, and during the high-level meeting that was held this year with the heads of states, my president, His Excellency Denis Sassou Nguesso, opened up his borders to all Africans so that they can freely move in Congo-Brazzaville. This is one of the challenges. So we can see that this constraint has already been addressed at our level. The only thing that still lies is to continue in this line, especially to open our doors to goods. Just like my predecessor said, that is, goods should be allowed to move freely on our territory, as long as we've decided to open the doors to people's movement too. So the customs should take this into account if we want to play our own role. So as from 2027, early 2027, let me quote my president here, Congo is following the train of AFCFTA by allowing free movement of people. This is the little thing I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you all for your contributions. I kindly invite the Honorable Deputy Chair for the Committee on Trade, Customs and Immigration Matters to respond. If I may request kindly that, Honorable Deputy Chair, that you be as concise as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your guidance, Second Vice President and Chair of this session. I'll be very brief. I want to take this opportunity to thank the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, firstly, for supporting this report, and two, for providing further recommendations that will help the African continent and African people to integrate. I want to thank you for the very useful comments that you have made. Let me just make a few comments, and I'll be very brief. Firstly, it is very important to say that there can be no free movement of goods and services if there is no movement of people. The goods must move with the people. The investors must move freely across the continent. Without that, that is a very big problem. And I want to mention here, and I think it was mentioned earlier, that only very few countries have been able to ratify that protocol on free movement of people. Very few countries indeed. And so if Africa has to fully integrate, that has to be worked on. And I want to urge, and I think this was recommended within, was mentioned within the report, that our national parliaments must play the role of ensuring that the countries which have not ratified these protocols do so as soon as possible. And I think, honorable members, you have a very important role to play in ensuring that this works out. I think one of the biggest investors in Africa, Dangote from Nigeria, in one of the conferences, I think, I don't remember where, but very recently, mentioned that it is very difficult for him to move across or move to some of the countries in Africa because he's required to have, I think, a visa to more than 15 to 20 countries. And this is a person that wants to invest large sums of money in those countries, and we need investments. So I think we need to ensure that this is really worked on as much as possible. Let me give you a few statistics. Today, we have 49 out of 54 countries have signed and ratified and deposited their instruments of ratification with the African Union Commission. So there is a lot of progress that has been made. 54 out of 55 countries in Africa have signed the agreement. So there's a lot of progress that has been made, but the protocol on the free movement of people remains a very big challenge, and we need your honorable members to support to ensure that those countries which have not ratified do so as soon as possible. The other thing that I want to talk about is there was a comment on, we did not visit actually we did not visit any regional economic communities. And I want to appreciate here that our regional economic communities have made a lot of progress. If you go to the East African region, you go to the West African region, you go to the SADC region, and so on, there is a lot of progress that has been made, particularly with the establishment of the one-stop border posts, as well as free movement of goods within those regions. However, challenges still remain. The people-to-people movement still remain a challenge. An ordinary citizen will require to have a passport in order to move from country A to country B. And you can imagine how difficult it is for a person to get a passport. Why don't we think of introducing national identification cards so that they can be used by small traders, women and youth and others to be able to move across the continent? So this is a very big assignment for us, and I think that is going to work. Finally, the most important thing that we identified in our report was the issue of harmonization of standards, as well as the mutual recognition of certification. This remains a very big challenge. And we called upon states to ensure that adequate amount of money is allocated to the ministries of trade, customs, I don't know what names are used in different countries, so that they can be able to support their standards board and other institutions that are responsible for this cross-border trade, so that a lot of progress can be achieved in the realization of full integration of the African continent. I want to end here and to thank you very much for your support, and we hope that a lot of progress will be made, and indeed some progress has been made, and Ghana is a typical example of that progress. Recently, we presented a report on Tanzania. Again, a lot of progress has been made, and several other countries have done a lot of progress in ensuring that trade across the continent becomes a reality. I want to thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Vice Chairpersons, and Honorable Members of Parliament. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. And I think you've stated quite eloquently a summary of what the entire plenary has been debating for the last period. I think that it would be useful for the Secretariat of PAP to make available to the plenary the official document from the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, the status of implementation that each country, each member state is at, so that as a whole and as individual delegations, we're all fully aware of where our various countries are in the process, in order to guide us on which countries need a little bit more advocacy to guide perhaps further outreach programs by the members of PAP. And I think this lines very well with the fact that in looking at our budgets, these programs which members are undertaking are very important, and hence the need to ensure that the Pan-African Parliament is well-resourced in order to undertake a lot of these programs, which will ultimately help all the people of this continent, since there's clearly a nexus between governance and security, and that is clearly something that has to be pushed as far as we're concerned, with the ease of doing business, with the security of persons, of animals, of goods, as well as the efficiency with which business is conducted across our various borders. I would like to congratulate all the members for a very broad-based and in-depth debate. Thank you so very much. I hereby put the report on the assessment mission on the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Guided Trade Initiative by the Republic of Ghana in advocacy for the ratification of the AU Protocol on Free Movement of Persons for adoption, hereby agreed to and adopted. Honorable Clerk, are there any announcements?
One announcement, lunch will be served in the canteen, and honorable members have received their coupons, I trust. Otherwise, ushers are available to provide the coupons. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. The proceedings are now suspended for lunch. The House will resume at 3 p.m. The House is hereby suspended.
Be seated, honorable members. Honorable members, may we give a couple of minutes to other members to take their seat? Is a presenter here? Is a presenter?
I don't know.
We don't present. Which one is elected?
The next one is women.
Is she here? Who's the presenter? Is she around? Yeah. No, you take your seat because Good afternoon, honorable members. Now we'll resume our session, our meeting. May I ask Madam Clerk to give us the third order of the day?
Honorable President, the third order of the day is presentation and debate on the report on the participation of the PAP Women Caucus at the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 70. The presenter is Honorable Aisha Adams, the first Vice President of the Women's Caucus. The second part of the presentation is a presentation and debate on the report of the high-level parliamentary dialogue on the ratification, domestication, and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, AUCEVAWG. The presenter is Honorable Aisha Adams, first Vice President, Women's Caucus.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I invite Honorable Aisha to come forward to the podium and make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and allow me to write on the protocols already established. As already stated by the clerk, that I have two presentations, and I will start with the summary of the report on the participation of the Pan-African Parliamentary Women's Caucus delegation at the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 70. Mr. President, honorable members, it is my distinct honor on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament Women Caucus to present the executive summary of our report on the participation of the Women's Caucus delegation at the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women held at the United Nations headquarters in New York from 9th to 19th March 2026. The delegation was led by our former president of the caucus, Honorable Amina Tajani. This year's commission carried particular significance. 30 years after the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, the international community gathered not merely to reflect on progress achieved, but to determine how we accelerate implementation of our commitments to women and girls. For Africa, this moment was specifically historic. It followed the adoption by the African Union Assembly of the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, a landmark legal instrument that now calls upon all our member states and parliaments to demonstrate leadership through ratification, domestication, and effective implementation. The Women's Caucus, therefore, participated in CSW 70 with a clear purpose: to ensure that Africa's parliament voice contributes meaningfully to shaping global discourse while advancing our own continental priorities. Mr. President, honorable members, the mission of the Women's Caucus was guided by three strategic objectives. First, to strengthen the visibility and influence of the Pan-African Parliament within global discussions on gender equality, women's rights, justice, and accountable governance. Second, to deepen strategic partnerships with African Union institutions, regional organizations, international parliamentary bodies, and development partners. Third, to position the Pan-African Parliament as a leading parliamentary institution supporting the implementation of continental commitments on women's rights and gender equality. I am pleased to report that these objectives were successfully achieved. Mr. President, allow me to share 5 strategic outcomes that emerged from the mission. The first outcome is the growing leadership of the Pan-African Parliament within continental and global gender governance. Throughout the session, the Women Caucus actively participated in ministerial meetings, parliamentary forums, thematic dialogues, and bilateral engagements addressing justice, women's political participation, education, economic empowerment, and digital transformation. These engagements strengthened the visibility of the Pan-African Parliament as Africa's continental parliamentary institution and reaffirmed the inseparable role of parliaments in translating international and continental commitments into national legislation, oversight, and public policy. The second outcome was the successful convening of the Pan-African Parliament high-level dialogue. In partnership with AUDA NEPAD and the African Women Leaders Network, the Women's Caucus convened a high-level dialogue on strengthening women's public and parliamentary leadership to advance justice, laws, and accountable governance in Africa. The dialogue brought together parliamentarians, African Union institutions, United Nations agencies, development partners, academia, and civil society to examine how women's leadership can accelerate justice, legislative reform, and accountable governance across our continent. Importantly, the dialogue concluded with the adoption of a joint outcome statement, providing a practical roadmap for future parliamentary action and institutional collaboration. This achievement reaffirmed the Pan-African Parliament growing role as a continental convener of policy dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy. The third outcome concerns the priorities that now require parliamentary leadership. Across our engagements, one message emerged with remarkable consistency. Africa has made considerable progress in developing normative frameworks to project the rights of women and girls. Our challenge is no longer the absence of commitments. Our challenge is implementation. Participants therefore called upon parliaments to accelerate the ratification and domestication of the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. Strengthening parliamentary oversight, promoting gender-responsive budgeting, combat violence against women in politics, including online violence, and remove the structural barriers that continue to limit women's leadership, access to justice, quality education, and economic empowerment. These priorities closely align with the ongoing work of the Women's Caucus and the Gender Committee, including the domestication of the PAP model law on gender equality and equity, and build upon the Pan-African Parliament's partnership with stakeholders like the UNFPA, AUC, among others, to strengthen parliamentary action towards the elimination of violence against women and girls across Africa. The fourth outcome was the strengthening of strategic partnerships. The Women's Caucus held productive engagements with the African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, the Women, Gender and Youth Directorate, AU CFA, the African Women Leaders Network, the European Parliamentary Commission Parliament Association, the Interparliamentary Union, United Nations agencies, and development partners. These engagements were reaffirmed that advancing women's rights and gender equality requires collective action. No single institution can achieve this agenda alone. Mr. President, as PAP, we are not there to go fast, but we are there to go together and go far. We can hold hands with your neighbors so that we go together very far. Through stronger partnerships, we can mobilize technical experts, legislative innovation, financial resources, and political commitment to accelerate implementation across the continent. The fifth outcome is a renewed roadmap for parliamentary action. Building upon the outcomes of CSW70, the high-level dialogue, and the joint outcome statement, the Women's Caucus has identified clear priorities for the period ahead. These include supporting the ratification and domestication of the African Union Convention, advancing PAP model law on gender equality and equity, promoting gender-responsive legislation and budgeting, strengthening women's political leadership, supporting girls' education, expanding parliamentary oversight, and fostering strategic partnerships with action union institutions, regional economic committees, national parliaments, and development partners. These priorities will guide the future work of the Women Caucus in advancing Africa's gender equality agenda. Mr. President, the mission also demonstrated the value of parliamentary diplomacy. Beyond participating in global discussions, the Women's Caucus positioned the Pan-African Parliament as an institution that contributes practical parliamentary solutions to continental and global challenges. This is the role our citizens expect of us. Not merely to participate in international meetings, but to return with ideas, partnerships, and commitments that improve the lives of African women and girls. In conclusion, Mr. President, 30 years after Beijing, Africa has demonstrated that it possesses the vision, the legal instruments, and the political commitment necessary to advance gender equality. With the adoption of the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, our continent has once again shown global leadership. The responsibility that now rests upon us is to ensure that these commitments are translated into laws, institutions, budgets, and measurable improvements in the lives of our people. History will not judge us by the number of declarations we adopt. It will judge us by the laws we enact, the institutions we strengthen, and the lives we transform. The Pan-African Parliament, therefore, has both the opportunity and the responsibility to lead this next chapter of implementation. The Women's Caucus stands ready to work with this House, the African Union Commission, regional economic communities, regional parliaments, United Nations agencies, development partners, civil society, and all stakeholders committed to advancing the rights, dignity, and leadership of African women and girls. The Women Caucus submits the following resolutions made from the participation of the CSW70 for the consideration and adoption of this House. 1. The PAP Women's Caucus report on the participation of the PAP delegation at the CSW70 through their engagement in high-level policy dialogues, parliamentary engagements, bilateral consultations, thematic sessions, and strategic partnership meetings held from 9 to 20th March 2026 in New York, United States in America. Reaffirming the Pan-African Parliament commitment to promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls on the continent, particularly through parliamentary diplomacy and institutional cooperation with member states, regional economic communities, the African Union Commission, African Union Development Agency, New Partnerships for Development, AUDA-NEPAD, the African Women Leaders Network, the United Nations, development partners, and international parliamentary institutions. 3, mobilize national parliaments for the use of parliamentary oversight mechanisms to monitor and guarantee member state ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU CEVAG, the Maputo Protocol, and other continental gender equality instruments. 4, develop a continental framework program on women's public and parliamentary leadership in collaboration with AUDA-NEPAD and relevant AU organs, and promote institutionalized mentorship, leadership development, and integrational exchange programs for women in politics and public leadership. 5, call on African Union member states to intensify efforts to ratify, domesticate, and implement relevant continental gender equality instruments towards guaranteeing more inclusive societies, and to use the PAP model law as practical tools to align national legislation with their continental commitments. Number 6, encourage member states in their national gender strategies to strongly consider the need to inter alia identify emerging policy priorities, strengthening institutional resources, mobilization, and women's leadership in justice and governance, enhance gender inclusive parliamentary action and oversight, strengthen education, capacity building, and intergenerational leadership. Leverage on digital innovation and technology, and strengthen domestic and international partnerships and cross-sector collaboration to sustain women's public and parliamentary participation. Number 7, which is the last one, is to commend the work of the PAP Women's Caucus in representing the Pan-African Parliament and advancing Africa's parliamentary perspectives on gender equality and the empowerment of the women and girls during the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, CSW70, ahead of the United Nations headquarters in New York, United States of America, from 9th to 20th to 19th March 2026, under the theme, the acceleration of the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls by addressing structural and systematic barriers, including through strengthening financing, institutions, and innovations. Mr. President, the Women's Caucus submits for consideration and adoption of these resolutions, together with the report of the participation of the Pan-African Women Parliamentary Caucus delegation at the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, CSW70. Thank you. Mr. President, honorable members, I now go to my second presentation, which is the last one. Don't think I have the third one. On behalf of the Pan-African Women's Caucus, I have the honor to present the report of the high-level parliamentary and multi-stakeholder dialogue on the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, AU-CEVAC, convened on the margins of the 7th ordinary session of the 60th Parliament. The dialogue brought together members of Pan-African Parliament, representatives of the African Union Commission, United Nations agencies, regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, academia, and development partners to reflect on the practical strategies for accelerating the signature, ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Convention. The dialogue recognized the adoption of AU-CEVAC as a landmark achievement for the African Union. As the first legal binding continental instrument dedicated exclusively to ending violence against women and girls, the Convention provides Africa with a comprehensive framework to strengthen prevention, protection, access to justice, and accountability. Participants, however, emphasized that the Convention's success will not be measured by its adoption alone, but its effective implementation and the positive impact it has on the lives of women and girls across the continent. Discussion during the dialogue focused on the 4 strategic areas. First, participation. Participants examined the Convention and the Continental Ratification Roadmap, highlighting the urgency of securing the 15th ratification requirement for the Convention to enter into force. Secondly, they considered practical lessons from member states, particularly the Gambia's experience as the first country to ratify the Convention. Can we give a hand to Gambia? A hand of applause, please. Thank you. Demonstrating the importance of sustained political commitment, legislative preparedness, and institutional capacity. Third, the dialogue reaffirmed the central role of parliaments in leading the ratification and domestication process through legislative reform, parliamentary oversight, budgeting allocations, and public accountability. Participants stressed that national parliaments must move beyond ratification by ensuring that adequate laws, policies, resources, and oversight mechanisms are in place to protect women and girls effectively. And finally, participants underscored the importance of building a continental parliamentary and multi-stakeholder accountability and advocacy platform that brings together the Pan-African parliaments, national human rights institutions, United Nations agencies, development partners, civil society organizations, and academia to support implementation, monitor progress, and promote peer learning across member states. The dialogue further highlighted the importance of evidence-based policymaking, strengthened data systems, survivor center services, and inclusive approaches that respond to the needs of women and girls in all their diversity, including women and girls with disabilities, those affected by conflict, refugees, and internally displaced persons. Your Excellency, the dialogue concluded with several important outcomes. These include strengthening parliamentary leadership, accelerating ratification and domestication of the Convention, enhancing parliamentary oversight and accountability, promoting legislative harmonization, building the capacity of parliamentarians, strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships, advancing evidence-based policymaking, establishing a continental accountability and advocacy platform, mobilizing adequate resources for implementation, and promoting national ownership of the convention. Above all, the dialogue reaffirmed that ending violence against women and girls is a shared continental responsibility that requires sustainable political leadership, coordinated action, and unwavering commitment from the stakeholders. The Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus, therefore, calls upon this August House to continue championing the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, and to encourage member states to expedite its signature, ratification, domestication, and implementation so that its promise is translated into meaningful protection, justice, and dignity for women and girls across Africa. Honorable members, arising from the deliberations of the high-level parliamentary and multi-stakeholder dialogue, the Women's Caucus respectively submits the following recommendations for the consideration and adoption of this August House. To member states, to urgently sign and ratify the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in accordance with the Continental Ratification Roadmap in order to facilitate its timely entry into force. 2, allocate adequate and sustainable financial, technical, and human resources to implement the convention, strengthen prevention programs, and provide survivor-centered services, including access to justice, healthy care, psychosocial support, and economic empowerment. To national and regional parliaments, 2, 1, review, enact, and harmonize national legislation, policies, and institution frameworks to ensure full compliance with the convention. 2, use the Pan-African Parliament model law on gender equality and equity as a practical legislative tool to support domestication efforts. 3, reaffirm the central role of parliamentarians in championing the convention through parliamentary diplomacy, legislative advocacy, constituency engagement, and sustained political leadership. 4, urge their parliamentary committees to strengthen oversight of executive implementation through regular reporting, committees inquiries, gender-responsive budgeting, public hearings, and monitoring of national commitments under the convention. 5, support the establishment of the parliamentary community of practice under the auspices of the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus to facilitate peer learning, legislative exchange, technical cooperation, and dissemination of good practices among African parliaments. 6, endorse the establishment of a continental parliamentary and multi-stakeholder advocacy platform led by the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament in collaboration with the African Union Commission, United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society, feminist movements, academia, development partners, and the private sector to accelerate the signature, ratification, domestication, implementation, and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. And to African Union institutions, 1, establish a multi-stakeholder continental accountability platform, bringing together parliaments, African Union institutions, regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, the African Union Commission, African Women Leaders Network, UN agencies, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, youth organizations, academia, and the private sector. To other stakeholders, including civil society organizations, national statistical institutions, academia, and research institutions. 2, 1, strengthen the collection, analysis, and utilization of sex, age, and disability disaggregated data to inform legislation, policy, and programming. 2, recognize that women's leadership and equal participation in political, economic, and public life are essential to preventing violence against women and girls and advocating inclusive governance and sustainable development. 3, encourage the meaningful participation of young women and men as champions for gender equality, positive social norms, and prevention of violence against women and girls. 4, urge the Women's Caucus, working with the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and relevant partners to promote the Pan-African Parliament model law on gender equality, and equity as a practical legislative framework to support member states in harmonizing national laws with the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls and other continental gender equality instruments. And finally, call upon the African Union member states, development partners, international financial institutions, and the private sector to support implementation of the convention through sustainable financing, technical assistance, innovation, and strategic partnerships. Mr. President and honorable members, the Women Caucus respectively requests this August House to consider the adoption of these recommendations, together with the report on the high-level parliamentary and multi-stakeholder dialogue as the position of the Pan-African Parliament on advancing the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. I so submit. Thank you. Asante sana. Shukran jazira. Obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable Aisha. May we give her a round of applause, please. Honorable members, we have a list of speakers. The first name in my list, Honorable Fatimata Nijai of Gambia. You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I shouldn't have even spoken because my first Vice President have said it all. But notwithstanding, I wouldn't hide my disappointment looking at the floor. I was expecting all members to be here to listen to this very important report because, Mr. President, what we are discussing here is not only about women issues. They are issues of human rights, democracy, and development of the future of our continent. We are talking about women. So I think it should have been given much more importance and have all members present here today so that we can also hear from them to see how we can move forward. But notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, Like I have said this morning, our participation was not only an isolated event, it was a strategic engagement, and it had already translated into concrete parliamentary action with what we held here last week, as my colleague had presented. The high-level meeting convened by the Women Caucus on accelerating and ratification of the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. And I would not conclude but congratulate Rwanda, the newest signatory to the convention. And I urge all other members to return back to their respective parliaments and push on their respective governments to not only sign, but to ratify, deposit, so that we can start seeing the implementation. Mr. Speaker, I thank all honorable members here present today because they have shown that they value women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next will be Honorable Sarah from Uganda. Honorable, you have the floor. Honorable is not in the chamber. Okay. Honorable Abdrahim Brahimi Hamid of Chad.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't have much to say, but I will extend my congratulations due to the report which has been supplied, and I approve the report, and we are going to do everything possible at our level in the country so that the ratification should be a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Innocent Sebi Benin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Vice President of the Women Caucus for the good presentation. Mr. President, as said by my colleague who took the floor before me, the question which concerns women today in Africa should be an important concern, because if it wasn't an issue related to the respect of the quorum rules and the rules of procedure, I have asked that the floor should not have been limited, because the women today are the heart of Africa and are the heart of the development of all countries. To this effect, I would like to say that the convention which was adopted by the AU with regards to the fight against violence made to women is the first complete convention adopted by the African Union. Although my country, Benin, is yet to ratify it, it has made progress with regards to the protection of the women. Benin voted the law 2003/03, which which bans female genital mutilation, law 215/8 on violence against women, and what is very important, the creation of an Institute of Women, which is a public entity, and which was created since 2021 to protect women and girls against violence, promote their leadership, and strengthen their place in the society. So with this progress being made by Benin, we are delighted for you to understand that Benin is among the countries which have ratified this treaty. Mr. President, to this effect, I would like to invite the colleagues and the distinguished MPs of countries which are yet to ratify to work hard so that in a brief delay it should be ratified. It's to this effect that I would like to urge the Pan-African Parliament to make a recommendation so that a deadline should be fixed because in the report, we have seen the delays concerning ratification and the nationalization is slow. There isn't any deadline. So I've wanted that we should make recommendations so that we should set a deadline. For instance, by the end of 2027, all countries should ratify it. Or by the end of 2028, all countries should have ratified, and all countries should domesticate these laws, the provisions of this convention to their national laws, so that microphone.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Senator Dr. Danson Mungatana of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable President. I take the floor to give the Kenyan experience and statistics on violence against women. Your Excellency, Mr. President, in 2022, the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey found that violence against women was at 16%, reported at 16%, which was a drop that in 2014, there was 20% violence. So there was a drop of about 4%. But somewhere in 2025, this is last year, there was a very large step upwards on femicide cases in Kenya. So many women were being killed. And this prompted demonstrations all over the country. Our women went out and protested at the rates at which our women were being killed. There was even a demand that a new law be made for femicide specifically, not just murder. And the report that came out, which was titled, "She Did Not Die by Accident," in 2025, the femicide report, it said that at least 220 women were reported to have been killed. And Mr. President, these people were not killed by strangers. They were killed by people they know, family people. It will be a husband and a wife. It will be a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Our women were dying. And Mr. Speaker, the report even said that they have found out that the most dangerous place to be for our women was the home. The home, can you imagine? And the other finding was that there were a lot of informal negotiations. When people are being taken to court, traditional mechanism to try and solve those problems come in. And then instead of people being jailed, people are being released, Mr. Speaker. So despite the fact that we have conventions, despite the fact that a lot is being done, we need to go to the ground. And my belief is that we must involve the men. We must go and talk to people, the other gender that is accused of these horrendous activities. We must have campaigns across our nations to raise the awareness. Mr. Speaker, when we had women leadership coming up, the 1/3 gender rule, it was because of the campaigns that were done. People came to appreciate that women can actually lead, and it was finally accepted. And also in this violence against women, Mr. Speaker,
One minute.
Thank you, Honorable Your Excellency. I was just finishing. I was just saying that even in this matter involving the violence against our women, time has come for us to actually do the campaign so that we may shift out of this traditional thinking. Because in some traditions, in parts of our country, people believe that when you beat up a woman, and some of the women even believe that it's a sign of love. So we need to get out of this, We need to have proper campaigns to educate our people so that they actually live to that
Honorable, please
expectation.
resume your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Danson.
Thank you.
Point of order.
I'm really sorry that I have to stand and say this, but when women are beaten, it is not the women that think that is love. It is the men So it's not the women. No woman wants to be beaten. So I want to just correct him that if the men are beating their wives, it's not the women that think that's a way of love. It's the other way around. They think it's love because they dominate the women. Patriarchy in Africa is dead and has to end. That's why we have our own meeting in New York. Where do the men go to meet? We go to New York to meet every year, CSW, to discuss the agenda of women, and we never discuss men.
Honorable Danson.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the information of the Honorable Passaris, men also meet. We have the men's conference every year in Nairobi. And there we don't invite women, we also discuss our own things. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, just to accept and agree with what Honorable Passaris is saying, we need actually to educate our people. We need campaigns on the ground. Aside from good documents and good declarations, we need campaigns. We need to inform our people so that we can change our customs and our ways of thinking, that our women, our girls, our children will be safe in our homes. I thank you, Mr. President.
I've given you so much time.
It's good I gave you 1 minute. Yes. The next speaker, Honorable Mariam Dao Gabala of Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear President, dear colleagues, from the onset, I would like to commend the caucus of women for the good quality of the report presented, which is clear and precise. I equally hail the work accomplished by the caucus in order to promote the African Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and equally efforts carried out for its ratification and its domestication in national parliaments. The visibility of the Pan-African Parliament seems to be real, and I support their recommendations and recommendations of the report. Nonetheless, Mr. President, this report make me to ask an important question which has already been raised in these chambers. The caucuses and committees of the Pan-African Parliament mobilize resources to take part in international organizations and promote a continental and international convention. It's legitimate. But what's the place reserved to the instruments elaborated by our institution, the Pan-African Parliament, and into continental events like the Day of the Pan-African Woman? Mr. President, the Pan-African Parliament has produced a model law, notably the law on the physically disabled persons and that on gender equality. It equally deals with gender-based violence, nefarious practices, participation of women, and responsibilization mechanisms. The United African Conventions and the PAP decisions are not conflictory, but are complementary. The model law offers to national parliaments a tool to translate them or to transpose them into the national laws. I equally believe that partners should accompany the agenda of the Pan-African partners. They shouldn't substitute themselves to the determination of this agenda. Our institution cannot produce important instruments and then stop short from mobilizing resources or monitoring mechanisms for their production, for their promotion and domestication. The first duty of the Pan-African Parliament and its organs should be to carry, defend, and promote the instruments that it adopted itself. So it's urgent that we should have a right budget in order not to depend on the priorities of developmental agencies. So I recommend that caucuses should enshrine in their priorities the promotion and domestication of the model law of equality, equity, and of genders. So you have...
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, we should remain open to partnership, but we should be the masters of our priorities, because an institution which hasn't got its own instruments might not be able to determine its own agenda. Thank you very much.
Honorable, the next speaker will be Honorable Abdi Samatar. Professor. Not in the chamber. Okay, next will be Honorable Elizabeth, Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the report of the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 70, reaffirmed that Africa cannot achieve sustainable development, peace, or prosperity without the full participation and empowerment of women and girls. One of the key messages is that gender-based violence remains a major obstacle to equality. Strong laws must be matched by effective implementation, adequate resources, access to justice, and community engagement. CSW 70 also emphasized strengthening women's participation in leadership through lasting constitutional reforms that guarantee equal opportunities in parliament, government, business, and other decision-making spaces. I commend the Republic of Zimbabwe for progress through constitutional provisions on gender balance, the Women's Parliamentary Quota, the National Gender Policy, continued effort to combat gender-based violence, expanded access to girls' education, women's economic empowerment, and increased participation in leadership. As Pan-African parliamentarians, our responsibility is to translate these commitments into effective laws, adequate budgets, and strong oversight that improve the lives of women and girls. In conclusion, Africa has discussed gender equality for many years. The time for action is now. Let us build Africa where every woman and every girl lives free from violence, enjoys equal opportunities, and contributes fully to the development of our continent. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next speaker will be Honorable Safia Elmi Jibril of Djibouti. Next one will be Honorable Gladys Tosu, Benin. Not in the chamber.
Okay. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. I would like to congratulate the Women Caucus of this assembly. That is the PAP. And now that I am a new member of this caucus, as I participate for the very first time to their deliberations, I would like to thank them for the quality of the work done regarding the adoption of the convention and their participation to the summit on gender-based violence. I think that these are topics which are very interesting, and considering that a previous speaker, a colleague indeed, mentioned the fact that men are absent in this hall right now, I just feel like we do not consider gender-based violence matters. They are very important because there are many things that happen in Africa in this line. Let's mention the case of Africa, where sometimes we see women leaving one state to the other. I believe that each and every one of us should consider this situation and work towards reducing these gaps that we notice. After hearing the intervention of my colleague Sabio from Benin, I'm not supposed to take the floor. However, I would like to mention that gender-based violence are being criminalized in Benin. There is an act which condemns gender-based violence. Every violence is considered as a crime, so there is a court which is in charge of such matters. He equally talked about the National Institute of Women. It is in charge of files or every gender-based violence act that occurs. So sometimes people do not think it wise to go and report such acts to this institute, and maybe they take the result to other means. This is just to say that we are fully committed, and once we get back to our countries, we will ensure that besides the strides we've noticed or we've had in Benin, we will ensure that this convention is being ratified. And I urge all colleagues to ensure that all states which are yet to ratify this convention do so. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Almatu Badaru of Benin. Benin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear parliamentarians, colleagues, gender-based violence means talking about unshattered dreams as well as fundamental rights which are not respected. This violence, be they psychological, sexual, economical, or symbolic, are not a fatality. They are a collective challenge that requires that we act responsibly. The report presented is a good one and reminds us of the fact that gender-based violence fight is a collective responsibility and imperative for our continent. That is why I would like to commend the significant efforts made by the Republic of Benin during the last years under the impulse of the government. Many laws have been strengthened and adopted in order to combat gender-based violence and to protect victims and sanction those behind these crimes. These strides have shown that there is a political will to guarantee young girls and women a more safe and fair environment. However, we know that the adoption of text is not enough, but considering them actually by populations in an effective manner and the change of attitudes is still a problem. That's why, as a coordinator of the Social Mobilization Department of African Women Leadership Network, I am delighted to announce that this body will carry out an awareness-raising campaign for the ratification of this United Nations Convention. We are working with the civil society organizations, community leaders, youth, and media in order to make this convention a real social transformation tool. Dear colleagues, the best evidence of our leadership does not reside or revolve around the text we adopt, but the way in which we decide to protect the most vulnerable populations. Let's make positive masculinity a strength for human dignity, respect. I call on all member states to accelerate their ratification, the domestication, and the implementation of this convention. Together, let's ensure that no woman or youth lives in a scary environment. And at the eve of the celebration of the International African Women Day, I would like to pay tribute to all these women who were victims of violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next speaker will be Honorable Esther Passaris of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to support the adoption of this report and commend the Women's Caucus for ensuring that Africa's voice was heard at CSW 70. 30 years after Beijing Declaration, Africa has made progress. More women are in leadership, more girls are in school, and we have stronger continental legal instruments to protect our women and our girls. However, our challenge is no longer the absence of commitment. Our challenge is implementation. We must ensure that the Maputo Protocol, the Africa Union Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls, and other gender instruments are ratified, domesticated, adequately funded, enforced, and monitored by every member state. Mr. President, we must also confront the patriarchal system, discriminatory social norms, and gender stereotypes that continue to restrict women's access to education, economic opportunity, political financing, decision-making. These barriers cannot be removed through declarations alone. Our national laws, policies, and budgets must deliberately dismantle them. Sexual gender-based violence remains one of the greatest barriers to women's freedom, dignity, and participation. Survivors need more than sympathy. They need protection, healthcare, safe spaces, access to justice, accountability for perpetrators. We must also confront violence against women in politics because no woman should be intimidated, threatened, or abused for choosing to serve in her country. The report highlights the link between education, justice, leadership, and leadership. Child marriages, adolescent pregnancies, school gender-based violence, and inadequate menstrual health support continue to push girls out of schools. School re-entry policies for adolescent mothers must be implemented so that pregnancy does not become the permanent sentence of a girl's future. The Maputo Protocol must therefore live beyond the speeches. Its principles must be reflected in the services that protect health, dignity, and the rights of women and girls. Mr. President, I also welcome the focus on digital transformation and artificial intelligence. Technology can expand access to justice, public services, and political participation, but it is also exposing women to online violence, cyber harassment, and digital exclusion. We need gender-responsive digital laws that protect women while ensuring they benefit from innovation. Mentorship must also be institutionalized. Experienced women leaders must deliberately prepare the next generation, including young women and women with disability.
Are you okay, Honorable? Okay. The next speaker will be our former President, Honorable Fortune.
Do I get a minute?
Go ahead.
Okay. Mentorship must also be institutionalized. Experienced women leaders must deliberately prepare the next generation, including young women and women with disabilities, to enter politics, influence legislation, and lead public institutions. Let us measure progress not by the number of reports we adopt, but by the budgets we allocate, the laws we enforce, the survivors we protect, the girls we retain in schools, and the women we empower to lead. I thank you. I support the report.
Thank you. Honorable President, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise to support this report. When the Women's Conference took place last year, I was in this chamber. This chamber was full to capacity with women across the continent, and they made fundamental recommendations which have been presented this afternoon. And from last year, I was part of the endorsement and the couching of those resolutions. So I stand to reaffirm my support. Mr. President, I did get the good sentiments that this chamber should have done better in terms of numbers, knowing the debate this afternoon. But it would also be interesting the side of women
to count who is in the room, how many men and women are in this room, so that there's a risk that there will be more men than women in this chamber. Yes. Then we also call upon women to support themselves, support issues about women. In my language in Zimbabwe, Shona, sometimes we say in Shona, nyakutambikwa gwinyavo. When people are dancing for you, you don't sit and start sleeping. You stand up also and motivate them, join them in the jive that, when they are dancing for you. So women, please also stand up for yourselves, so the numbers in this room could actually show that women are not doing very well in supporting themselves. The key issue is implementation, Mr. President, and I agree with the previous speakers. Let's move into implementation and not talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Fatumatu, Honorable Fatumatu. No? Next speaker will be Honorable Lombihai. Not in the chamber. Okay.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like us to correct the spelling of my name. It's Lohembe Veronique.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable President, for acknowledging me. Permit me to fulfill my responsibility, which is to commend this research work carried out by the Women Caucus of the PAP. Also, permit me to make available to you some strides noticed in Congo, my beloved country, on this issue. They are as follows: voting to legal instruments that underpin my country's commitments regarding the implementation of this convention and its ratification. These are national laws that contribute to the protection of women and children. Children here refers to the young girl and the young boy. So at this level, we did not exclude men, of course. So we have two laws which were elaborated in Congo-Brazzaville. The first one has to do with the protection of the child. This is a legal instrument that Congo had already voted via a law number 4 of 2010 of June 2010, which lays the fundamental rights of minors, prohibits exploitation, the sales, and child labor. The second law is known as Mwebara. If I have to take you down to history, here it's the name of our president's mother, President Sassou Nguesso. So this law has to do with gender-based violence fights and equally punishes certain actions done in the family, and there is equally an amount to be paid in case these criminal actions are being done.
Une minute.
Une minute.
Monsieur le Président, s'il vous plaît. À ce moment-là, je vais directement au but. Alors, face à cet engagement,
So, with such a commitment, my country's government is committed to carrying out an advocacy, which is going to be carried by our delegation. The aim here is to ensure the ratification of this convention and consequently promote positive local initiatives. So I would like to second this report. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Baderi of Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the Women Caucus for ably presenting the report, and I support the adoption of the report. I'm taking this opportunity to inform you that Rwanda has become the 9th signatory to the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women. And I believe ratification will follow very soon. Rwanda supports the convention as it aligns with Rwanda's vision and national gender policy. The convention, as we know it, provides a comprehensive continental legal framework to prevent and respond to all forms of violence against women and girls. And on this note, I would wish to take this opportunity to ask member states that have not signed to do so, because it is in the interest of our women and girls that they should be protected by all of us. And finally, I want to say that Rwanda's commitment reflects its strong national vision for advancing gender equality and ending violence against women and girls. And I want to mention here that my country remains one of the leading countries in promoting gender equality globally. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I think we are exhausted with the list. Before that, our second Vice President, Honorable Dr. Senator, she will take floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I would like to congratulate the Women's Caucus of Pan-African Parliament, especially for continuity of vision in spite of the change in leadership. I would also like to request that a correction be made to my name on page 5. My surname, Ajiman Rawlings. Ajiman does not have a G at the end of it. I would also like to mention the fact that violence against women undermines Africa's peace, security, and development. And in reference to women supporting each other respectfully on any given day, a plenary, the women will always be in the minority because every country is given 5 delegates to attend PAP, and the women tend to be in the minority in these delegations. So I don't think it's a function of women not supporting each other, but rather the fact that by the formula, the women are always in the minority in attending PAP, just for the record. And then also to just point out that the measure of any country's respect for human rights is a measure of how they treat their women, their children, and persons with disability. This can be tangibly measured by the kind of budget allocations that are made and by the legal frameworks that are in place and the political will that follows same. And so I believe that the work that was done in this chamber on last Saturday, plus what was done in New York with the Women's Caucus and other agencies, really goes a long way to ensure that what we're talking about does not just remain on paper, but translates into tangible changes in the lives of our women and girls. I do add my voice to all those who have spoken before, and that this report should be adopted. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President, honorable members. I think we must congratulate our women who represented the Pan-African Parliament, African women, to United Nations. May we give them a round of applause. Excellencies, protecting our women is protecting our family, protecting ourselves, protecting our future. You see, if you go to any universities, especially, I was Googling just to know how many women are in the big universities of the world. Now, in average, around 40% academia is occupied by the women, without even support of men. This shows how strong are our women. Without that support, without that encouragement, if they are in that level, if we encourage them, good doctors can come out from women. Good professors, more professors, still we have. Good engineers, good academicians, good scientists we can get out of women. So we need to support our women. We need to support ourselves. Excellencies, the convention should be ratified. And we should champion that one. We should advocate. When we go back home, we should ask our speakers to ask the executive to put that item in their agenda. It should come from the executive to the parliament to be ratified. We don't have direct access. Actually, ministers are coming to every parliament, each and every parliament, to make their report. At that time, why not we ask them, where is that Maputo Protocol? Why is it not ratified? So I think we have access. If we are ready, we stepped up already in past, and also we need to step up more and work to support our women, to ask our head of states, our government to ratify that protocol. Excellencies, we have challenge in quorum still. It will be pending till we'll have quorum to adopt this motion, this report. As you remember, last time also, from even that previous bureau, we have so many resolutions which were not adopted. This, in the morning, I think we had, during our vice president presided over, we had that quorum. Now we don't have. So, Excellencies, may I ask the clerk to assist us? I was advised by our secretariat that will be done tomorrow. Now I will ask the clerk to read the next order of the day.
Honorable President, the fourth order is a presentation and debate on the report of AU SAFA OFLAD workshop. The presenter is Honorable Professor Muhammad Yusuf, the rapporteur of the Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism, and Human Resources. Submit.
Honorable Professor Mohammed, you have the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. قبل البداية طبعا هذا تقرير لجنة التعليم والثقافة.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the committee, this is a report of the Committee on Education, Culture, and Tourism. This was actually a workshop that was held from the 20th to the 21st October 2025 between the AU Center for Women's Education and the Association of Women Leaders for Development. Mr. Chair or Mr. President, the report is like 20 pages. I'm not going to read it entirely, given that each of us has this report. I'm just going to read out the main points If you are okay by this, then I will begin. The Committee on Education, Tourism and Human Resources, accompanied by some members of the Committee on Gender and the Youth Caucuses of the Pan-African Parliament, participated in the high-level policy workshop convened by the African Union International Center for Girls and Women's Education in Africa, in collaboration with the Organization of African First Ladies for Development and the UN Women. The conference was held from the 20th to the 21st October 2025 in Dakar, Senegal. The workshop gathered parliamentarians, traditional and religious leaders, civil society organizations, youth representatives, and development partners. The dialogue sought to strengthen continental momentum towards ending child marriage, eliminating gender-based violence, and advancing girls' education as central pillars of Africa's political, social, and economic transformation. The meeting underscored the reality that persistent structural barriers, such as harmful social norms, weak legal enforcement mechanisms, insufficient education financing, and inadequate infrastructure, continue to compromise the rights and future of millions of African girls. The workshop, therefore, served as a platform for policy dialogue, technical reflection, and political recommitment towards ensuring that every African girl has access to safe, equitable, and quality education within conducive environments that allow her to thrive. Aim and objectives. The overall aim of the workshop was to consolidate and strengthen partnerships among AU member states, PAP, AU, CFA, OAFLAD, and the civil society stakeholders in advancing girls' education and accelerating the elimination of child marriage across the continent. The workshop further aimed to enhance collective political will, encourage policy coherence, examine legislative gaps, and generate renewed commitments towards integrating gender-responsive approaches into national and regional education systems. Key objectives included the following: to expand continental advocacy for gender-responsive laws and policies in education, highlight the roles of African First Ladies, parliamentarians, and community leaders in creating safer and more inclusive learning environments, to review AU frameworks including CESA 1625, the AU TVET strategy, and the AU Convention on the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls. To strengthen knowledge sharing on best practices for ensuring retention, completion, and reintegration of girls within formal and non-formal education systems. To build synergy and support for the African Educate Her campaign as a continental movement.
وشملت كذلك بيانات سياسية رفيعة المستوى وكذلك عروض فنية قدم الخبراء.
So presentations were made in this line by experts. There were equally experience sharing discussion sessions whereby experts presented some cases. This was equally followed by some opening remarks from the Education Committee under the guidance of Mr. Welcome, who made a speech which was actually very important on behalf of the PAP Education Committee. He talked about efforts carried out by the African Union concerning societal matters. The chair equally confirmed that a literate child will participate to the development of their family and their country. He also reminded participants that legislative actions are not enough because progress requires cooperation with governments, civil society, teachers, and students' parents. He closed his remarks by encouraging all stakeholders before quitting the conference with and equally mentioned the will to protect women, rather young girls, and build a continent where girls' dreams are being protected. Fifth, the AU Convention on the elimination of violence against women and girls. The workshop placed significant emphasis on the AU Convention on the elimination of violence against women and girls, a groundbreaking legal instrument intended to harmonize continent-wide efforts towards ending gender-based violence. Participants discussed the importance of aligning national legislation with the convention and ensuring effective implementation through enforcement mechanisms, gender-responsive budgeting. Also, women leaders, the Executive Secretary of Women's Association, had told participants that the association played an important role throughout this workshop on girls' education and elimination of early marriages. This association equally played an important role in shaping advocacy narratives, leveraging political visibility, and mobilizing community-oriented interventions across member states. Participants acknowledged Offload's long-standing work on maternal health, HIV/AIDS response, child protection, and community sensitization campaigns. The coordinator of the AU-CFA informed the participants that the mandate of the AU-CFA is centered on promoting girls' and women's education and ensuring that gender equality becomes a fundamental component of African education systems. The center offers technical expertise, policy guidance, training, advocacy, and data-driven analysis to support AU member states in the implementation of gender-responsive education programs.
Also, AUCF also showcased the utility of its continental dashboard and worked on gender transformative education systems, school safety initiatives, the Africa Educator campaign, and the operationalization of continental frameworks such as CESA 16 to 25. Purpose and importance of the Africa Educator campaign. Mrs. Simone Yankee, the coordinator of AUCFA, revealed that the hashtag Africa Educator campaign was launched as a response to the educational setbacks faced by girls during crises, including school closures, emergencies, and socioeconomic shocks. Its purpose is to safeguard the right of every girl to learn, lead, and thrive regardless of circumstance. The campaign seeks to re-engage girls who have dropped out of school, enhance advocacy around gender-responsive education systems, address harmful gender norms, and promote inclusive pathways for retention and reintegration. And participants confirmed that Phase 2 focuses on reintegration of out-of-school girls and handling the challenges of young girls in schools to ensure gender equality. It also laid emphasis on the inclusion of girls, strengthening safe and inclusive learning environments, and expanding vocational and digital skills opportunities for young women. Also, enhancing partnerships with First Ladies, traditional leaders, and civil society. The campaign seeks to accelerate policy implementation, ensure adequate education financing, and mobilize continental advocacy to protect every girl's rights to learn, lead, and thrive across Africa. Looking at the role of the Pan-African Parliament in advancing girls' education, Honorable Welcome Dlamini delivered a detailed address on strengthening PAP's involvement in the implementation of the #Africa Educates Her campaign. He began by emphasizing that education remains the cornerstone of Africa's transformation, and quoting Nelson Mandela, he underscored that education has the power to transform lives and elevate societies. Honorable Dlamini described the #Africa Educates Her campaign as more than a policy instrument. It is a continental movement dedicated to protecting the rights and dignity of every African girl. He emphasized PAP's sacred mandate to ensure that policies adopted at continental level translate into concrete realities in national context. The Pan-African Parliament, he argued, must take a leading role in ensuring the implementation of gender-responsive laws, oversight of budget allocations, and accountability of member states. He outlined several innovative approaches for engaging the Parliament, including institutionalizing PAP's support for girl education through legislative oversight and advocacy processes, integrating the campaign with technical and vocational education to equip young women with employable skills, strengthen partnerships with development agencies, religious and traditional leaders, and media organizations to amplify outreach. More so, reinforcing commitment across member states to monitor national implementation and ensure that every girl has access to quality education. He concluded by urging the Pan-African Parliament to transform the #Africa Educates Her campaign into a parliamentary movement that shapes laws, transforms lives, and redefines Africa's educational future. On the Continental Report on the Status of Girls and Women Education in Africa, in a presentation by Mr. Yugbare Boubacar from the AU-CFA, the participants were briefed that girls and women's education in Africa has significantly improved over the past decade, yet major challenges persist. Some of the persistent problems identified included the fact that enrollment in primary education has increased, but completion rates remain low, especially at secondary and tertiary levels. Many girls continue to face barriers such as child marriage, early pregnancy, poverty, gender-based violence, and limited access to safe, inclusive learning environments. In addition, it was noted that rural and conflict-affected regions display the widest disparities. Despite strong continental frameworks and campaigns like #Africa Educates Her, progress remains uneven, and no African country has achieved full gender parity in higher education. Sustained political will, investment, and gender-responsive policies are also essential to close the gap. and many countries have been unable to get to equality in education. So, as mentioned, to conclude, the workshop reaffirmed that ending child marriage and promoting girls' education are essential to Africa's pursuit of equality, prosperity, and sustainable development. Participants agreed that while progress has been made, persistent structural, cultural, and financial barriers continue to threaten the realization of these aspirations. The dialogue strengthened cooperation among AU, CFA, OFLAD, the Pan-African Parliament, member states, and civil society, and it also highlighted the need for stronger accountability, improved data systems, and sustained investment in gender-responsive education. The workshop concluded with commitments to strengthen advocacy, mobilize communities, and expand the #Africa Educates Her campaign as a tool for continental transformation. Looking at the recommendations, based on extensive discussions and technical exchanges, the following recommendations were adopted. 1. Strengthen and harmonize national legislation to align with AU frameworks protecting the rights of girls and women. 2. Increase national budget allocations for girls' education, ensuring adequate provision for infrastructure, school safety, teacher training, and gender-responsive programs. 3. Promote partnerships with OFLAD, traditional leaders, religious authorities, civil society, and communities to address harmful social norms fueling child marriage. 4. Enhance evidence-based policymaking by strengthening data collection, monitoring systems, and use of AUCFR's continental dashboard. 5. Deepen Pan-African Parliament involvement in the #Africa Educates Her campaign through legislative reforms, oversight activities, and coordinated parliamentary action across member states. 6. Support reintegration programs for adolescent mothers and girls affected by conflict, displacement, or disability. 7. Expand advocacy and communication strategies to raise awareness on the importance of girls' education and to counteract gender-based discrimination. Mr. President, thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you for your keen attention.
Thank you, Honorable, for the report. May I ask you to give His Excellency a round of applause, please? I have a list of speakers here. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana, you have the floor.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to give my opinion regarding this report, which was presented before us. Honorable President, there is a problem in Africa regarding the marriage or to have these small children in marriage. And this problem is very wide. And I'm very happy because in this report, it was well articulated. The last page, they talked about that they recommended that you have a good relation with a partnership and to work together with the first ladies, different leaders, traditional leaders, religious leaders and civil societies to work together so that we can fight against early marriage. So the other problem is that in different societies and in the different opinion of people and some culture, there are some people who think that and who believe that a small child, one, she is ready, reaching her first period. It's ready for her to get married. But in Kenya, for example, she cannot get married before reaching 18 years old. So there is a problem between to understand the values of traditional values, and this issue is a problem because other people are afraid of talking about it because in terms of politics, people are not ready. If, for example, the issue of excision, we have the law, but some people are afraid of talking the reality, speaking about the reality. So what we have here, we need, as leaders of Africa, we need to raise our voices and educate the society. So we have to emphasize on this and to go to our different corners of and tell people that the world has changed, especially it's not good in different cities, but in the rural area, there where we find this kind of practices.
Now, Honorable Elizabeth Masuku of Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to support the report of the AU CFR of Land workshop because education remains the most powerful investment we can make in Africa's future. When we educate a girl, we empower a family, strengthen communities, and accelerate the achievement of Agenda 2063. This report rightly highlights that too many girls still face barriers such as poverty, child marriage, teenage pregnancy, and unequal access to education, particularly in rural communities. Our responsibility as parliamentarians is to ensure that our commitments are translated into laws, budgets, and measurable action. Mr. President, I'll go back to Zimbabwe. In my country, Zimbabwe has demonstrated its commitment through the school re-entry policy for young mothers, the Basic Education Assistant Module, BEAM, expansion of school in undeserved areas, and programs promoting menstrual health, cervical cancer awareness, and the prevention of child marriages. However, no single country can achieve this alone. We must strengthen collaboration among AU, CFR of LAD, national parliaments, governments, and communities so that every African girl has equal access to quality education. Mr. President, let us move beyond commitments to implementation. Let us invest in Africa girls because the education of our girl today is the foundation of a stronger, more prosperous, and more united Africa. My thanks goes to our Africa First Ladies by supporting this initiative. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Next speaker will be Honorable Apimore Chidiziva of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, President, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished colleagues. I rise to commend AU CFR OFLAD and our committee for this timely report. It reminds us that the future of Africa depends on the investments we make in our girls today. When we educate a girl, we strengthen families, build resilient communities, and secure the future prosperity of our continent. Yet millions of African girls continue to face barriers to education because of child marriage, poverty, gender-based violence, and harmful cultural practices. Our responsibility is to transform our commitments into effective legislation, adequate financing, and measurable action. Mr. President, I wish to commend the work of OFLAD under the leadership of the First Ladies, and particularly focus on Zimbabwe, the Excellency Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, First Lady of the Republic of Zimbabwe and the former Pan-African Parliament member. Through the Angel of Hope Foundation and other national initiatives, she has championed girls' education, maternal and child health, nutrition, women's economic empowerment, and the fight against child marriage and gender-based violence. Zimbabwe has also strengthened legal protection against child marriage and continues to expand opportunities for girls through initiatives such as the TAGO, Transforming Adolescent Girls' Opportunities, through STEM project. Your leadership demonstrates how those who have served in this August Parliament continue to advance the aspirations of Agenda 2063 beyond this chamber. Africa cannot achieve Agenda 2063 while millions of its girls remain excluded from education. Let us move beyond declaration to decisive action by strengthening our laws, investing in quality education, protecting every girl from harmful practice, and ensuring that no child is left behind. If we educate a girl today, we secure Africa tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Abdurrahim Bereme Hamid of Chad.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had to take the floor third on the list before me. Nevertheless, I'd like to second this report. It was properly prepared. I'd like to commend the work. However, I think it's important to note that for girls in the rural areas, it is vital to consider two major aspects. First, we have water points, among others. There is a grinding mill, and a water point. And this prevents girls from going to school. I think we need to include that in providing solutions so girls are not left out of education. Also, talking about my country, since 2014, I was one of the spearheads of one of the laws which stated that marriage should not be organized for children below 18, and we need to engage traditional and religious authorities. I equally think it's important to make recommendations when it comes to refugee camps. I'd like to inform you that with the Higher Education Examination Office, there was a young lady who was the first in the entrance exam for high school in Chad. Also, I think it's important to note that the first student in a country is generally the women and the girls. I think we need a prize for such young ladies to encourage them to further education beyond secondary school and push through with university studies. I believe the Pan-African Parliament can take initiatives in this light. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, Honorable Esther Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the adoption of this report and commend the Committee on Education, Culture, Tourism, and Human Resource for its participation in the workshop convened by the Africa Union, International Center for Girls and Women Education in Africa, together with the Organization of African First Ladies for Development and UN Women. The report acknowledges the progress Africa has made in enrolling more girls in schools. However, enrollment is not enough. Too many girls still fail to complete secondary and tertiary education because of poverty, child marriage, early pregnancies, gender-based violence, harmful social norms, and unsafe learning environment. These challenges are even greater for girls in rural areas, conflict-affected communities, and displacement camps, as well as girls with disability. Mr. President, educating a girl transforms more than one's life. It strengthens a family, a community, and the entire nation. Girls' education must therefore be treated as an investment in Africa's human capital and economic future. I welcome the emphasis of the Africa Union Convention on the elimination of violence against women and girls. However, conventions must be domesticated, adequately funded, and enforced. Survivors need protection, healthcare, safe spaces, access to justice, and accountability for perpetrators. I also welcome phase 2 of the Africa Educates Her campaign, particularly its focus on returning out-of-school girls to education. Adolescents' pregnancies must not become a permanent sentence against a girl's future. Effective school re-entry programs must be implemented alongside menstrual health support and safe, inclusive learning environments. The emphasis on vocational and digital skills is equally important. Not every girl will follow the same educational pathway, but every girl deserves the skills, opportunities, and necessary to learn and to earn an income and live with dignity. Mr. President, Parliament has direct responsibility. We pass laws, approve budgets, and exercise oversight. Member states should transform reports on their allocations for girls, education, school safety, teacher training, and gender-responsive programs. The Continental Dashboard must help us identify progress, expose gaps, and hold governments accountable. Let us transform Africa Educates Her from a campaign into a continental parliamentary movement, one that shapes laws, scrutinizes budgets, and protects the right of every African girl to learn, lead, and thrive. I support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Passaris. Next speaker in my list, Honorable Margaret from Kenya. Not in the chamber? Okay, the last speaker will be Honorable Fatimatu, Dr. Fatimatu. Not in the chamber. Okay, now I will ask the Professor, Committee Rapporteur, to respond to the interventions of the members. Honorable, you have the floor.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أغلبية الإخوة النواب أتوا بمقدمات وتصويبات لهذه الورشة ولهذه التصويبات. أنا أعتقد بأن الآن نحن وصلنا مرحلة كنواب في البرلمانات الوطنية وحتى في البرلمان الإفريقي.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Is English interpretation? Is interpretation? I was saying we as a member of parliament in the Pan-African Parliament and on the level of the national parliament, we have reached a maturity phase and and consolidated our views. The education of girls is clear to everyone, and we see that all the who submit interventions, they commended the workshop and how these recommendations could be implemented. So they focused that we as parliamentarians must launch a campaign to sensitize, because it doesn't cost a lot, and we can use media. And as Honorable Abdurrahim said, that we should also think about the rural girls, like providing very simple, basic things like water points, and that would help them, and the school that is close to their residence. We as parliamentarians, we can contribute to that. Of course, there is progress, but the challenges are many. We hope that we will be successful in the future to educate girls in the future. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Well, may we give him a round of applause, please. Honorable members, our Secretariat, we had very productive and fruitful deliberations. Yes, the African girls' educational issue should be priority. We also equally commend our First Ladies of Africa, who are taking care of our children especially abandoned on the street, to reintegrate them with family, with supporters, to send them to school is not easy task. And we all know how many street boys, girls are in Africa. It should be our task to help them, to support them, to send them back to the school, not only to school, to give them shelter, to send them, to reintegrate them with family. It's very important. Early marriage also distracting the educational process. That should be also condemned in the strongest possible way. Excellencies, dear parliamentarians, the AU, our head of states, they are passing so many resolutions, they are adapting. That one should be also ratified and be implemented to support our girls and women in Africa. Excellencies, I think we have taken note of all that deliberations. When we go back, we will engage all parliamentarians of respective countries, our speakers, to bring to agenda of the respective countries, national parliament. There is no way that we can leave behind women and girls and we can move alone. No way. Our future is not possible with our girls. It's not possible with our women. We can't see our future without them. Excellencies, with this few remarks, I will ask our clerk if she has some housekeeping announcement. Well done. I was advised by the Secretariat to seek for your indulgence to come early in the morning to constitute quorum and adopt all these resolutions and reports which was already debated and should be adopted. So, honorable members, you are expected to be here 15 minutes to 9, and then we will start our job on time. Madam Clerk, you have announcement? No. So, Excellencies, honorable members, this House stands adjourned up to tomorrow 9 a.m. I thank you.